Chapter 1172. The Endless Sea was known as the Land of Chaos. To the warriors below the original God realm, it was a perilous place. However, in Qin Yu's eyes, it was several levels lower than the black cold sea in the deepest part of the abyss. Not to mention, Qin Yu was much stronger than when he entered the cold sea. Comprehending light and darkness as one gave him more benefits than just being able to use the power of the abyss in the vast Yang world. In this world, as long as there was light, there would be shadows. This was a part of darkness. Light and darkness were opposites, but they coexisted. As long as they existed, it would be Qin Yu's domain. Wild winds roared, stirring up turbid waves. Loud rumbling sounds entered his ears. Qin Yu calmly moved forward, his body surrounded by darkness. He was like a black shadow, hiding all of his aura as he moved deeper into the land of chaos. The reason was simple. Qin Yu's goal this time was to cross the endless sea. As long as he could do this, it would be enough for him to become famous. On this basis, it would be better if he could avoid some troubles. Hiding in the darkness and avoiding unnecessary accidents, Qin Yu's plan was excellent. But accidents were called accidents because they weren't part of his plans. Qin Yu stopped in the darkness and looked into the distance. A wild aura was being released without restraint. In this wild aura, he felt a strange fluctuation. His expression became strange. A secret realm had opened. As mentioned before, the land of chaos in the second half of the Endless Sea was terrifying, but it also gave birth to many lucky chances. Secret realms were one of the most attractive ones. Secret realms that were created for unknown reasons were often guarded by powerful creatures. After killing them, one could reap the rewards. This was one of the options Qin Yu had considered to become famous. But because it was uncertain, he eliminated it in the end. But now, it seemed Qin Yu's luck wasn't bad. Not long after entering the land of chaos, he encountered a secret realm. Although the aura of heaven and earth was chaotic, Qin Yu could still feel the aura of cultivators, and there were many of them. It seemed that the opening of this secret realm had attracted many people. Perhaps a fierce battle had already broken out outside the secret realm. It had to be known that more than half of the cultivators that entered the land of chaos were killed, but a significant portion of them died at the hands of their companions. Should he go and join in the fun? Qin Yu was a bit hesitant. Rushing through the mystic realm was indeed one of the best ways to become famous. Perhaps there might even be unexpected harvests there, but this would clearly delay him. Qin Yu only had a month to pass through the Endless Sea. Compared to this, the fame gained from exploring secret realms was much smaller. Forget it, he shouldn't meddle too much. As long as he could cross the Endless Sea, he would be able to achieve his goal. He gathered his thoughts and turned to leave. Once the fluctuations of the mystic realm's opening spread out, more and more cultivators would be drawn over. This place would soon become a place of trouble. Since he didn't want to get involved in this mess, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. Two figures, one in front and one behind, tore through the wind and rushed over. The one running for her life was a woman. As she saw Qin Yu in the darkness, her eyes brightened and she rushed towards him without hesitation. "Save me, fellow Taoist." The one chasing him was also a woman. Her gaze was as cold as a knife. Qin Yu flashed backwards. He wasn't interested in blocking a saber for someone else, even if the fleeing woman had a somewhat beautiful appearance. She didn't think Qin Yu would react so quickly. He didn't even have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. The woman running for her life rolled her eyes. As she felt the fierce aura of the crazy woman behind her, she couldn't help but feel fear. She flung her hand and threw a sphere at Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned and was about to continue dodging when he suddenly stopped. He reached out a hand and grasped the sphere. In the world of his mind, the old turtle was extremely excited. "That's right, it's the aura of a pure soul." Qin Yu's eyes flashed and his grip on the sphere tightened. The old turtle was the shadow of the abyss. After defecting, he could no longer obtain the recognition of the abyss. If he wanted to live, he had to constantly replenish his strength. This was the meaning behind the existence of the nightmare beast world. After entering the vast young world, how to allow the old turtle to survive for a long time had become a problem placed in front of Chinyu. Originally, Chinyu was thinking of entering the Peach Blossom Spring first and then borrowing the strength of the so-called Holy Land to search for treasures that could help the old turtle replenish his strength. But he never imagined that he would have a harvest today. Although he didn't know exactly what mysteries the old turtle possessed, there was no doubt that the little blue lamp valued him. At this moment, Chinyu made his decision. He would rush into this mystic realm in front of him. The woman chasing him shouted out loud, "Give me the bead!" She lifted a hand and pointed at Chinyu. The air suddenly exploded, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Chinyu flicked his sleeves and space shook like a tide, instantly drowning out the sharp aura. The woman chasing him coughed as she was shaken away. She deeply looked at Chinyu and decisively turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the sea. As for the woman being chased, her reaction was even faster. She had long since vanished without a trace. These two little girls were quite smart. Otherwise, Chinyu wouldn't have minded letting them have a taste of what it was like to provoke him. He didn't want to waste any more time with them. He took several steps forwards, his figure piercing through the wave. The mystic realm was at the bottom of the sea. To be more precise, it was an independent space. The strength that came from the mystic realm pushed aside the wild seawater, forming an empty area. In normal circumstances, the higher the level of a mystic realm, the stronger the strength it released and the larger the independent space it formed would be. Chinyu fell into the sea. Looking at the mystic realm in front of him, he was able to roughly judge the range of this mystic realm. It wasn't particularly large. At most, it was a medium-level mystic realm. This was a bit strange. A mystic realm that could produce beads that could supplement the old turtle's strength was actually only a medium-level mystic realm. Chin-Yu's eyes flashed with puzzlement. But since he had come here, he would find out the answer sooner or later. As he expected, there were already many cultivators gathered outside the mystic realm. Feeling the residual fluctuations in the seawater, it was clear that they had already begun fighting. Chin-Yu soon found the reason why everyone was fighting each other before the mystic realm had fully opened. In the area in front of him, there was an incomparably massive black stone. There was a crack on the surface of this black stone that constantly spewed out light. It was clear that this black stone was the carrier of this mystic realm. With a whistling sound, a sphere shot out from the crack. It passed through the empty area and shot out from the mystic realm. Bang! A struggle instantly erupted. Over a dozen cultivators began fighting. Chin-Yu hesitated for a moment and didn't join the fray. This was because the old turtle had told him that the sphere was only stained with a bit of its aura. The true treasure was still within the mystic realm. Several unfriendly eyes fell on Chin-Yu, but that was all. Before the mystic realm had fully opened, no one was willing to start a fight. The struggle for the beads soon came to an end. The cultivator who succeeded paled. He tightly grasped the bead in his hand. It was clear he had paid a price. As for the other competing cultivators, although they all had unfriendly expressions, they restrained themselves. Chin-Yu's eyes flashed. It seemed that the two women who had been chasing and running had a grudge between them, and it wasn't just for the bead. This thought flashed for a moment before disappearing. No matter what the truth was, it had nothing to do with Chin-Yu and he didn't care about it at all. Chin-Yu's eyes fell on the crack in the black stone and the light that constantly spewed out. He narrowed his eyes. He wanted the treasures within this mystic realm. An hour later, there were many more cultivators gathered in the mystic realm than before. One of them looked at Chin-Yu for a brief moment. It was him. This person was one of the three people who had clashed with Zhou Huan on the ship. He never thought he would be separated from his companions and appear here alone. But at this time, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about him. This was because the crack in the black stone grew larger and larger. The mystic realm was about to open. Bang! Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound came from the black stone. The empty space formed by the seawater suddenly stabilized. This meant that the mystic realm had opened. Let's go! The treasure is ours. If anyone dares to compete for it, we will kill them. Without any hesitation, everyone charged into the empty space. But after entering the empty space, they discovered that they still couldn't pass through the crack and enter the mystic realm within the black stone. How hateful! This is the selection mystic realm. A cultivator roared. The land of chaos was famed for its chaos. The mystic realms it produced were also incredibly chaotic, with all sorts of things existing. The so-called selection mystic realm was one of the more disgusting ones. Once it opened, it would allow cultivators to enter and open up a space. But this didn't mean that they could smoothly enter the mystic realm. On the contrary, the true test had only just begun. The selection mystic realm only allowed a limited number of cultivators to enter. If the number of cultivators was exceeded, the entrance to the mystic realm would be sealed. If it was forcefully opened, the mystic realm would self-destruct and no one would obtain any benefits. Scram! With a roar, a cultivator attacked. He punched a person beside him and sent them flying away. This empty space was the selection area. When the number of people decreased enough to satisfy the mystic realm's opening quota, it would open on its own and pull those chosen into the mystic realm. Then, the mystic realm would hide itself and the cultivators that were excluded would lose all chances. Competition won from the start. The competition entered a white-hot stage. Besides the companions that were with them, everyone else was an enemy. It was because of this that most cultivators that entered the land of chaos chose to travel with their companions. Besides those that were extremely confident in themselves or those that didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, it was rare for them to travel alone. This was also the reason why Yun Che had asked Qin Yu to stay, and why Zhou Huan had ridiculed him. Qin Yu didn't enter. There were too many people right now. It wouldn't be too late to wait until a batch was eliminated before making a move. In short, he had to obtain the treasures in this mystic realm. The people in front of him were fighting each other to the death. They spat out blood and screamed in pain. In Qin Yu's eyes, this was meaningless. This was because the result had been decided the moment he saw the bead. Arrogant? In Qin Yu's eyes, this couldn't be considered arrogant at all. With the strength of these cultivators, they simply didn't have the qualifications to contend with him. However, it was still necessary to be cautious. No one knew whether or not the other side was hiding some sort of powerful trump card. Qin Yu wasn't the only one waiting. After all, the later he entered the stage, the more strength he could preserve. Everyone understood the logic of waiting to reap the benefits of others. Red Feather was also one of them. As soon as he arrived, he discovered Qin Yu and immediately frowned. In fact, Red Feather couldn't explain why he always felt a restlessness in his heart whenever he faced Qin Yu. It was because of this that when he was on the ship, he joined forces with his companions to stop the tyrannical Scarlet Flame. His instincts told him that it was best not to be enemies with Qin Yu, but now, Qin Yu had appeared here. And the treasures in the mystic realm were Red Feather's mission. He had to obtain them no matter what. He took a deep breath. It seemed that a conflict was inevitable this time. Qin Yu suddenly looked up at Red Feather. His eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuations of emotion. But this gaze caused Red Feather to stiffen. An icy chill surged out from the depths of his heart, as if he would freeze over. Fear flooded his mind. In the next moment, in Red Feather's eyes, Qin Yu attacked. He stepped forwards and directly broke into the space outside the mystic realm. What welcomed him was swift and fierce attacks from 3 different directions. Entering the stage late could certainly preserve one's strength, but at the same time he would become a target for the combined attacks of all the cultivators present. Bang! Dense darkness erupted in an instant, like sticky ink, filling the entire space in an instant. Ah! What is this? Break for me! Screw off! Angry roars echoed out from the darkness, accompanied by muffled bangs. Figures were sent flying backwards. Blood gushed out from their noses and mouths, their eyes filled with fear as they stared into the darkness. Only by personally experiencing it would they know what had just happened. If it weren't for that person showing mercy, they would have already died. Although treasures were good, they also needed to be alive. The cultivators that escaped from death didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left. They were already injured and in a weakened state. It was inevitable that some of them would have crooked thoughts. Of course, the faster they escaped, the better. Finally, when the darkness quieted down, the entire area outside the mystic realm also fell into a deathly silence. Those that hadn't entered the stage yet and were waiting for the fishermen to take advantage of the situation suddenly widened their eyes. Their Adam's apple bobbed up and down, their mouths filled with bitterness. The script shouldn't have been like this. We haven't even entered the stage, we haven't even had the time to use our various methods, and yet we're finished like this? They were unwilling, extremely unwilling, but so what? They had seen the fate of those people just now with their own eyes. Even if they were in their place, how good could their fates be? Red Feather gulped. He stared at the darkness in front of him, rejoicing that he had stopped Crimson Flame from attacking. As for the mission, that's right, the young master had ordered him to obtain something from this mystic realm at all costs. For this, he had even been given a powerful treasure. But now, Red Feather was certain that even if he used the treasure the young master had given him, the result wouldn't change. At all costs, cough cough, that didn't mean that he would make a fearless sacrifice. Simply put, Red Feather wasn't prepared to die. Today's events would surely spread out and he believed that the young master would understand. He turned and left. A thought appeared in Red Feather's mind. This endless sea test had truly attracted a massive number of freaks. But who was Qin Yu? He had never heard of such a terrifying dark strength before. He had to inform the young master as soon as possible so that he could prepare ahead of time. Par with a light sound, the space opened up by the mystic realm completely vanished along with the darkness. What vanished together with it was the black stone in front of everyone. Chapter 1173. Somewhere in the land of chaos, the incomparably turbid seawater violently rocked back and forth beneath the pull of an unknown strength. A gray-yellow scaled fish with bloodshot eyes was hiding in the seabed, waiting for prey to be delivered to its mouth. Suddenly, tumbling fluctuations erupted from the seabed. Space was torn apart and a figure walked out. The large fish that had been waiting for a prey for a long time didn't even consider where this person had come from. Driven by its burning desire to eat, it attacked. The seabed sand instantly exploded. The large fish howled out, its speed reaching the extreme. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs. Par with a light sound, the large fish that was as straight as an arrow slumped to the ground. Its headless corpse was swept away by the seawater. In the end, it had become food for other hunters. Qin Yu glanced at the corpse of the fish that had sneak attacked him. He stepped forwards, tearing through the seawater and soaring into the skies. Voila! The seawater shattered and his figure shot into the skies. His eyes swept around, and after careful comparison, he came to a conclusion. The place where he appeared was roughly the same as when he first entered the mystic realm. The only difference was a bit. But this wasn't important. What Qin Yu wanted was to cross the endless sea. No matter which direction he entered, the result would be the same. It was just that this plan might have to change. He flipped his palm and light flashed. A lotus flower appeared. At this time, this lotus flower was only the size of a palm. But it was still quite domineering as it blotted out the skies. In fact, in order to capture it, Qin Yu had spent a great deal of effort. This was Qin Yu's greatest harvest in the Black Stone mystic realm, and it was also what the old turtle was so excited to obtain. The sphere that flew out from the crack in the black stone could be seen as a lotus seed, but it wasn't its true seed. It was quite complex. Qin Yu had to spend some time to understand, but there was no need to elaborate further. In short, the lotus flower contained a massive amount of strength that could supplement the old turtle's soul. But its greater use was that it was a key. By holding this lotus flower, one could obtain permission to enter a mystic realm deep within the land of chaos. This was information that automatically appeared in Qin Yu's mind after he obtained the lotus flower. The old turtle had also determined that it was indeed something that had split off from something. In other words, it was very likely that there was a real treasure behind the lotus that made the old turtle drool. The soul strength contained within the lotus was enough for the old turtle to eat a great meal. If he could obtain its main body, then he wouldn't need to worry about extending the life of the old turtle for a long period of time in the future. This was enough for Qin Yu to change his initial thoughts. Moreover, if a selection mystic realm was used as the test, the level of the mystic realm would definitely be extremely high. If he could rush through it, he might be able to achieve his goal of becoming famous. Compared to crossing the endless sea, it would be much safer. With a thought, he put away the lotus flower. He had already made his decision. He took a step forward and headed in the direction of the lotus flower. In the end, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Once again, Qin Yu used his own experience to prove the truth of these words. But in reality, if someone had an eye big enough to see the entire land of chaos, they would discover something very interesting. At the edge of the land of chaos, there were many cultivators heading in the same direction. Although they were taking different routes, their destination was the same. They were like a school of fish that had been baited. They were flocking together, but they didn't know what sort of fate awaited them. Perhaps there were some intelligent fish that had already sensed something was wrong. But the benefits in front of them were far too great. So great that they were willing to dive deep into danger even though they knew it was dangerous. Of course, they had the mentality of being lucky. But what was more important was their confidence in their own strength. After all, a cultivator that could swallow the bait into their stomach was inevitably strong. Outside Dark Bright World, the darkness that filled the empty space between worlds was called the void boundary. It was impossible for normal life forms to survive in the void boundary. But this didn't mean that there were no dangers in the void boundary. On the contrary, the void boundary was so terrifying that even an original soul realm cultivator wouldn't dare to stay there for too long. And now, in the void boundary outside Dark Bright World, 6 figures stood facing each other. Although they had restrained their auras, the pressure they naturally released still deterred the entire world. The terrifying life forms in the void boundary retreated far away, not daring to approach at all. One of them broke the silence. "That thing wants to escape. Are you and I really not going to interfere? If you and I compete, Dark Bright World will inevitably be destroyed. How about we follow our previous agreement and gamble on our luck?" The third person said, "What if it really escapes? That is its luck." The fourth person's voice was firm and sonorous. "Could it be that with our status, you and I are going to go back on our word?" The void boundary fell silent. He didn't speak. The other two clearly tacitly agreed to this. The first person sneered, "Then let's wait." That thing in the depths of the endless sea had been discovered long ago. It was just that it hadn't matured yet and everyone was afraid of each other, so it was allowed to live until today. Now it had finally matured. That was why the endless seas test had begun. Everyone had already placed their chess pieces. Now it was time to see whose chess piece was stronger and who could obtain that thing. As for escaping, humph, he was just saying it. Would the few of them really watch helplessly as it escaped? Qin Yu should have been one of the first people to know that his trip to the mystic realm wasn't simple. This was because on the way there, someone had delivered his head to him from 1,000 miles away. Of course, the initial goal of the person who delivered his head was to kill Qin Yu and reduce a competitor. The result was obvious. He had chosen the wrong target, so he could only deliver his head to Qin Yu. A milky white stone in his storage treasure became Qin Yu's spoils of war. The reason this stone was mentioned was because its attributes were nearly the same as the lotus flower that Qin Yu had obtained. In other words, the stone and the lotus flower belonged to the same object. When they were split off, they were both keys to the mystic realm. However, when the two objects were placed together, an accident occurred. The lotus flower suddenly took root and swallowed the white stone. Or, it was more accurate to say that it completely plundered the soul strength contained in the white stone. Thus, the white stone turned to ash and the lotus flower shined with brilliant colors, becoming extremely dazzling. The old turtle wiped away the saliva in his mouth for a long time. He used all his strength to barely suppress the urge to swallow the lotus flower. The lotus flower could extend one's life, and the old turtle's fear of death was one of the best in the world. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for him to suppress the desire to eat the lotus flower. This also showed how much the old turtle coveted the object that had split off the lotus flower and the white stone. For this, he could even suppress the urge to extend his own life. For a peak expert of the death-fearing world, this was an incredibly difficult and inconceivable task. "Master, you have to help me get it, you have to." Qin Yu ignored him. His eyes flashed and his thoughts spun. The current situation was that there was an extremely high-level mystic realm in the depths of the land of chaos. An object in this mystic realm had split off into individual parts that contained its own power and scattered them outside, becoming the keys to enter the mystic realm. Since he had encountered people who delivered their heads thousands of miles away during his journey, there was a high chance that the number of keys wasn't just 3 or 5. The true number was probably astonishing. Now, there was a problem. How powerful would something that could split into so many keys be? What was its goal in doing this? Qin Yu took a deep breath and rubbed between his eyebrows. He felt as if he had stepped into a massive net. It wouldn't be a problem for him to withdraw now, but could he really do so? Disregarding the matter of extending the life of the old turtle, just the appearance of this mystic realm was likely to attract all the powerful cultivators in the land of chaos to gather here. The chances of him becoming famous here were far greater than crossing the endless sea. Whatever, he would take things one step at a time. As long as he was a bit more cautious, with Qin Yu's current strength, it would be difficult for him to be killed. Of course, courting death was an exception. 5 days later, Qin Yu had already guessed that a massive number of cultivators would gather outside the mystic realm where the seeds were scattered. But after arriving, Qin Yu discovered that he had underestimated the ability of something in this mystic realm to split off seed. There were a lot of people. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. Even if many of these cultivators came in teams, there should still be over 100 seeds that had been obtained. And now, there were people like Qin Yu who were constantly rushing over. It was hard to estimate the final number of seeds. If a cultivator dared to enter the land of chaos and risk their lives for a bright future, then at the very least they were smart enough to use their brains. What Qin Yu could think of, they could also think of. As they gathered in front of the mountain, their complexions weren't too good. Oh, I forgot to mention that according to Qin Yu's senses, what he finally found was this mountain in front of him. It broke through the sea and pointed towards the heavens. The mountain was steep and smooth, without any vegetation growing on it. From afar, it looked like an incomparably massive stalactite that had been placed upside down in the sea. It seemed that there was still some time before the mystic realm opened. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He turned and drew back some distance. Darkness wove around him, forming a black cloud. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes in meditation. He was confident but not arrogant. Following this, there was likely to be a great battle. Whether it was the cultivators gathered outside the mystic realm or the mystic realm itself, none of them were destined to be peaceful. Adjusting himself and maintaining his peak condition was certainly the best choice. As Qin Yu was meditating behind closed doors, Yun Che and the others took action and rescued a woman from the jaws of a wild creature from the endless sea. This woman was enchanting and also had a way with words. It didn't take much effort for her to become a member of the group. From time to time, she would look up at Yun Che, who was at the front of the group. Every time this happened, an unnatural expression would appear on his face. The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. Her expression was somewhat bashful. Her pair of watery eyes glanced at him even more. Master Yun looked at her big brother and then at the woman who had been rescued. Her lips parted slightly. She thought that she had worried for nothing all these years. So her big brother's sexual orientation wasn't a problem. He liked women. Yun Che angrily patted her head and scolded her in a low voice. "What are you thinking about all day long? Hurry up and be careful." Master Yun giggled, not angry at all. She thought that this blockhead of a brother of hers had finally blossomed after several hundred years. She had to grasp this chance and not miss it. She moved closer to the woman and soon the two of them were holding hands. From time to time, they would whisper to each other, their smiles bright and beautiful. 2 days later, the woman who had been rescued handed something to Yun Che. Her face was flushed red, and she said that she wanted to repay them for saving her life. Yun Che declined several times without success. Looking at the woman's flushed face, he finally accepted the item. Soon, the group adjusted their direction and rushed deep into the land of chaos. Chapter 1174. Qin Yu discovered that he had guessed something wrong. Strictly speaking, whether it was right or wrong, it didn't matter too much to him. But now that someone else was involved, his attitude towards this matter had changed. He thought about ignoring it, but after thinking about it again and again, he still couldn't remain calm. Qin Yu glanced at the chattering Yun Shi from afar before turning to look at Yun Che, who had a gleeful smile on his face. Passing over Zhou Huan and Zhou Qing, his eyes fell on the woman in the middle of the group. Coincidentally, he had seen this woman before. She was the woman who had tried to use him as a shield before the Black Stone Mystic Realm opened. If this was the case, Qin Yu would at most sigh and say that the world was truly full of coincidences. But not too far away, he saw the other woman who had tried to kill this woman. He felt a bit dizzy, but this was the situation. And more importantly, these two women acted as if they were strangers. Qin Yu judged that there was some enmity between these two women. This was why they had disregarded the mystic realm and fought to the death for the bead. Of course he was wrong now. But there was one thing he was sure of. These two women knew each other, but now they acted as if they didn't know each other. There was definitely something strange going on. The darkness around him became even thicker, completely covering him up. No matter how carefully he observed, he was still able to sense several vague eye contact between these two women. There really was a problem. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Qin Yu suddenly lifted a hand and pointed a finger between his eyebrows. The old turtle cried out miserably, "Master, I am very weak right now. Please use me sparingly." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He was speechless. Of course he didn't believe his nonsense. Although the old turtle was a bit weak right now, borrowing a bit of his strength wouldn't affect him too much. His eyes instantly turned dark. But this was different from Qin Yu's darkness incarnation. It was even more unfathomable, because this was the strength of the will of the abyss. The two women in Qin Yu's eyes underwent an astonishing change. Their bodies shined and black chains wrapped around them. Runes surged on the surface of these chains. As his eyes focused on these runes, Qin Yu discovered something else. What condensed these chains was actually a strange soul force. The aura was cold and gloomy, but in truth, it came from the same source as the soul strength contained in the lotus in Qin Yu's hand. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The darkness vanished. Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. With the intensity of his soul, borrowing the strength of the old turtle was a great burden. If this continued, it was fine. But if this continued, and without considering whether the old turtle could persist, his eyes might explode first. But right now, Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of thinking about this. After his mind eased a little, he let go and let out a long breath. It was clear that these two women were related to the mystic realm. If he kept a close eye on them, he might be able to obtain some unexpected harvest. Of course, preventing Yunche, Yunshi, and the others from falling into danger was also an important reason. After all, they had traveled together for some time, and the siblings had been taking good care of him. Of course, preventing Yunche and Master Yun from falling into danger was also an important reason. After all, they had journeyed together and this brother and sister pair had taken good care of him. Like a stalactite breaking out of the sea, the mountain rose up into the dark skies. Its incomparably smooth surface began to slowly surge with light. A faint milky white light exuded a sense of tranquility and comfort, completely at odds with the surrounding environment. But as this light appeared, the howling winds calmed down and the roaring waves gradually subsided. The restlessness in everyone's hearts also began to subside. Everyone's eyes gathered on the surface of the mountain. As they looked at the milky white light that appeared, their eyes blazed with heat. None of them lacked the ability to make basic judgments. The heartbeats in their chests suddenly sped up. Thump, thump, thump. They felt their mouths go dry. Treasure! A true treasure! This mystic realm in front of them must contain good fortune that far surpassed their imaginations. Rumble, rumble, the roar of the sea spread out from behind them. As if to confirm the speculations of the cultivators, the terrifying life forms that lived in the endless sea had appeared. Their goal was clearly to prevent everyone from entering the mystic realm. Roar, roar, suppressed roars penetrated through the violently shaking seawater, drilling into everyone's ears and releasing a cruel killing intent. This did not scare the crowd. Instead, the eyes of the cultivators lit up even more. If they were to conclude that there was a great lucky chance in this mystic realm, just because of the light that appeared on the mountain, then they were even more certain now. Mystic realms in the land of chaos were guarded by powerful life forms. But before they even entered, they were attacked by sea beasts. Was there any need to doubt the high quality and value of this mystic realm? It seemed that the appearance of the milky white light was a sign that this mystic realm was about to open. Kill. We will enter this mystic realm no matter what. A mere sea beast dares to be so insolent? You are courting death. Without needing to be organized or urged, the cultivators gathered outside the mystic realm attacked without hesitation. Of course, even though they attacked, they still held back. It was impossible for them to erupt with their strongest strength. At the same time, they swept their eyes around to judge the strength of their competitors. Although they were all well aware that they were holding back, they could still roughly judge each other's depth. There were many sea beasts, far more than the cultivators gathered outside the mountain's mystic realm. But as mentioned before, those that had the qualifications to eat the bait and dared to take the risk to come here naturally weren't weak. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they were incomparably strong. Thus, this astonishing number of sea beasts could only crazily rush over and offer up their heads. Blood gushed out, dyeing the sea red. Traces of scarlet seemed to be attracted to it, gathering around the mountain and being absorbed by it. The milky white light on the surface of the mountain shined even brighter. It absorbed blood and yet released a warm and gentle light that calmed one's mind. It was naturally incomparably strange. Many cultivators noticed this, but they didn't care. To be able to cultivate to this point, which one of them hadn't rushed through a storm of blood. They had long since grown accustomed to such strange and terrifying things. The blood of sea beasts can speed up the mystic realm's opening. Ha ha, then let's kill to our heart's content. Kill them all. With endless blood, we will open the mystic realm. The speed of killing suddenly increased. It was true that he wanted to open the mystic realm ahead of time, but it was also to avoid attracting the truly terrifying creatures. After all, the land of chaos was a place where many original God realm experts had perished. No one dared to underestimate the dangers of this place. In the darkness, Qin Yu didn't attack many times, but each strike was a sure kill. The cold aura of darkness froze the seawater into ice, forming a giant sphere of ice. Many eyes swept over the sphere of ice, and their pupils shrank, revealing fear. Thinking about it, Qin Yu had already been recorded in the list of cultivators that couldn't be easily provoked. And this was precisely the effect Qin Yu wanted. He didn't want to be targeted by others and attract unnecessary trouble. His gaze passed through the sphere of ice and fell on Yunche, Master Yun, and the others. Because they had joined hands to kill the sea beasts, they had gradually joined up with another team. In particular, after both sides had helped each other several times, they smiled at each other and seemed to be on good terms. The woman who had chased after Qin Yu was in this team. In other words, the two women who had chased after Qin Yu not long ago had now gathered together. Suddenly, the shock waves erupted, giving rise to raging waves that roared and swept in all directions. The unending stream of sea beasts that didn't fear death seemed to feel some terrifying aura. They screamed and fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. And the source of these shock waves was the mountain in front of them. The light was so rich that it illuminated the entire sky. The mystic realm was about to open. Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, there was a light cracking sound. A giant crack appeared on the smooth surface of the mountain. Thick rays of light gushed out and an invisible strength was instantly released. This strength was extremely tyrannical. As it howled, it was like a giant hand slapping down. The cultivators that were close to the mountain paled. If they were hit head-on, the consequences wouldn't be much better than being smashed by the mountain. Fortunately, they didn't end up in a sorry state as they were sent flying. The moment the impact of the roaring power touched them, the various keys on their bodies released light at the same time, covering the cultivators with them. The shock wave instantly passed through them and continued to extend outwards, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Of course, not everyone could be so lucky. Of the cultivators that had gathered outside the mountain, there were still a small portion that had been attracted here. They hadn't obtained a key or been recognized. Thus, with a few short and dull bangs, these people screamed miserably as they were sent flying in an instant. Crack, crack. This was the sound of these cultivators' bones and tendons breaking. Hearing this, many cultivators were secretly frightened. They thought that in this situation, they would at least be severely wounded. Before everyone could regain their composure, a pulling strength was released from the mountain. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He took a step forwards and deviated from his original position, falling in the same direction as Yunche, Master Yun, and the others. In the next moment, the pulling strength rose up. Those that obtained their keys were involuntarily sent flying towards the mountain. When their bodies came into contact with it, it was like they had struck the surface of water. In the rippling waves, they melted into nothing. Everything turned dark. After 3 breaths of time, light bloomed once more. Although Qin Yu had expected that this mystic realm would be extraordinary, when he truly opened his eyes, he still couldn't help but sigh. How could this be considered a mystic realm? It could almost be considered a small world. Because of the invisible strength that existed in this mystic realm, Qin Yu's range of perception was suppressed. Even so, the range he could sense was already astonishing enough. Qin Yu sighed for only a moment. He took a deep breath, his feet moving, and he howled forwards. After everyone was pulled into the mystic realm, they appeared in different directions. Luckily, Qin Yu had adjusted his direction before entering. As for Yunche and Master Yun, he had been in contact with them for a period of time. Thus, he was just barely able to lock onto their auras. They weren't too far away. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that it wouldn't be easy to catch up to them even though they weren't too far away. The reason was simple. The life forms in this mystic realm, whether they were strange beasts or plants, were all extremely aggressive and difficult to deal with. Chapter 1175. For example, at this moment, the vine in front of Qin Yu was crazily lashing at the ground. Its main body was hidden deep underground, and it was unknown how big it was. Just the part that came out of the ground to attack Qin Yu was enough to blot out the sky. The dark purple vine was incomparably tough. After he cut it off, the mucus it sprayed out immediately emitted billowing white smoke when it came into contact with the air. This white smoke was extremely poisonous and had a terrifying corrosive property. Qin Yu had to expend a great deal of strength in order to get rid of this vine. As for killing it, it wasn't that he couldn't do it. But this thing clearly had an exuberant life force, and its main body was buried deep underground. It was unknown how much time it would take to kill it. He could sense that Yunche, Yunshi, and the others' auras were even further away than before. They were clearly moving quickly. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's expression became increasingly solemn. Even with his strength, he couldn't catch up to them in this secret realm. Either Yunche, Yunshi, and the others were lucky, or they had taken the arranged path and avoided most of the dangers. Even an idiot would know which was more likely. Qin Yu took a deep breath, faintly regretting his carelessness. He already knew that there was something wrong with those two women. If he let Yunche and Yunshi get hurt, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. But it was too late for regret. All Qin Yu could do was catch up to them as fast as he could. He hoped that those two women wouldn't make a move too early. Shwa, Qin Yu's speed increased, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he chased after the two's auras. Their journey was smooth. This was the truest feeling of all the members of the two teams that had gathered together after entering the secret realm. Although they had encountered some attacks, the intensity was very low. Everyone worked together to easily resolve them. His natural cautiousness caused Yunche to frown inwardly. He had always felt that this secret realm was acting too strangely. He had heard more than once about the dangers of high-rank secret realms before entering the Endless Sea. Compared to this, the difference was too great. Were they really lucky? Taking a deep breath, Yunche raised his head to look at the front of the team. Coincidentally, Yao Ling turned her head, and their eyes met in midair. Yao Ling was her name. No matter what others thought, in Yunche's eyes, it was very beautiful, so beautiful that it made his heart beat faster. This was the first time in his life. Yunche tried to control his mind, but he still couldn't help but be attracted to her. Perhaps what that last Yunshi said was right. This was the so-called fate. As if she had sensed Yunche's uneasiness and hesitation, Ringing Bell blinked her eyes, revealing a bit of doubt. Yunche coughed and shook his head with a smile. He inwardly thought that he must have been overthinking things. Yao Ling had also said before that she had a keen sense for dangerous auras. Now, with her leading the way, it was possible for them to avoid most of the dangers. As for why Yao Ling had met with danger when he had saved her, cough cough, Yunche could no longer think of that much. Love could muddle a person's mind, and this point was once again proven by Yunche. Half a day later, Yao Ling stopped and looked at the valley at the end of her line of sight. Her face lit up with joy. She turned around and said, "This is the place that the aura is pointing to. My perception tells me that there must be treasures inside." Yunshi walked up to the front and stared at the mist above the valley hesitantly. "Really? Why do I feel that this valley is a little scary?" Yunche glanced at his little sister and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "It's never wrong to be more cautious. Let's first investigate the situation in the valley before we make our decision." Yao Ling felt wronged but still nodded. "Brother Yun is right. There's no harm in being careful." She lowered her head. Yunche felt sorry for her but couldn't say anything. He could only pretend that he didn't see it and turned around. "Zhou Qing, your movement is the fastest and you can escape if there's a problem. How about you go and investigate?" Zhou Qing nodded obediently. In another group, a few people whispered to each other. A woman walked out. "I will go with fellow Taoist Zhou Qing. Let's go." Having made a decision, the two did not delay any longer. Their figures turned into shadows and ran towards the valley ahead. They quickly disappeared into the mist. A moment later, Zhou Qing and the woman returned. Although they looked a little disheveled, their faces were filled with unconcealable joy. Brother Yun, after we entered the valley, we found a dazzling golden plant with golden fruits on it. Although we couldn't get close, the fragrance of the fruits made me feel 100 times more spirited, just by smelling it. The woman said calmly, "The golden fruit tree has a guardian demon that is very strong. But if we work together, we should be able to deal with it." Yun Che looked at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing nodded seriously. Fellow Taoist Zhang Ying is right. If we work together, there shouldn't be a problem. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. From the results of the investigation, Yao Ling's judgment was correct. Yun Che said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Yao Ling, it's not that I don't trust you, but the land of chaos secret realm is dangerous and strange." Yao Ling shook her head. "Brother Yun, there's no need to say anything. I understand." She glanced at him and smiled again. "Now we should hurry. After all, we aren't the only ones who entered the secret realm. We might be discovered by others." No one had any objections. After a bit of preparation, they headed straight for the valley. Yunshi frowned slightly. Her gaze fell on Yao Ling. It wasn't that she was suspicious, but she did have a bad feeling. Her shoulder was patted. She turned to look at her brother. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, "I still feel that it's dangerous." Yun Che said, "It might be because of the secret realm itself that your perception has become more sensitive. Don't worry too much." After thinking for a while, he continued, "Later, just stay by my side. Just be a little more careful." Yunshi nodded. A moment later, the valley appeared in front of them. After everyone entered, they quickly saw the golden fruit tree that Zhou Qing and Zhang Ying had mentioned. It was very tall, and its crown covered a large area. Its branches and leaves seemed to be made of pure gold, dazzling to the eyes. Round and plump fruits hung between the branches and leaf. They were also golden but shone brighter, like little golden suns. It smelled good. When he took a deep breath, he could clearly feel his heartbeat suddenly quicken, and his spirit abruptly became excited. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stepped into the valley. Zhou Huan licked the corner of his mouth. "What are you waiting for?" At this moment, a loud noise came from outside the valley. Although it was some distance away, it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. The expressions of the two teams who were about to make a move changed. Not good. Someone else had come. Immediately, several dissatisfied gazes fell on Yun Che. If he wasn't meddlesome, they would have sent people to investigate. Now, the matter was almost over. Now, before they could do anything, someone else had arrived. Yun Che's complexion wasn't too good. He could feel the gazes that fell on him, and he felt helpless and depressed. Zhou Qing said, "Brother Yun can't be blamed for this." Yun Che raised a hand to interrupt him. "I was too cautious and missed a good opportunity. But in the current situation, we can only wait. If the other party was just passing by, that would be for the best. But if they were coming for this valley like them, then they would have to think about it." The leader of the other team nodded calmly. He didn't say anything. Yun Che's proposal was indeed the best choice. Shio, the sound of breaking air came. This time it was very close. The faces of everyone in the valley darkened. The other party had already arrived outside the valley. The possibility of them just passing by was minuscule. But what puzzled them was that from the sound, there seemed to be only one person. Was he scouting ahead, or was there a companion hidden in the shadows? Before they could think further, a calm voice came from outside the valley. "Yun Che, Yun Shi, if you are in the valley, please show yourself." "Ah!" Yun Shi's eyes widened and he subconsciously rushed out. Yun Che didn't manage to hold him back and immediately followed. And then, his little sister was bouncing up and down, a brilliant smile on her face. She pulled on Qin Yu and asked, "How did you know I was here?" Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, I just happened to be nearby. I sensed your aura, so I came to take a look. Yun Chei's eyes were deep. He looked at Qin Yu several times. In this mystic realm, there was an invisible suppression that limited the range of one's divine sense. But Qin Yu said that he had sensed their auras. Either his soul was far stronger than everyone else's, or he was lying. Even though Qin Yu hadn't fought much since they met, Yun Chei still had some understanding of the level of his cultivation. Yun Chei didn't believe that Qin Yu's soul cultivation was so formidable. In other words, there was a high chance that Qin Yu was lying. Thinking of this, Yun Chei stiffened. He immediately smiled and said, Brother Qin, you and I are truly fated to meet here. As he spoke, he glared at Master Yun. How old are you already? Why are you still acting so crazy? Hurry up and let go of fellow Taoist Qin. Master Yun didn't notice the change in her brother's attitude. She grabbed onto Qin Yu even harder. She humphed and said, This fellow ate a great deal of good food from me along the way, but he left just like that. This time, I can't let him run away so easily. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He thought that this little girl, if it weren't for the protection of a meticulous elder brother, she would have already been sold off by others. He glanced at Yun Chei and calmly withdrew his hand. Fellow Taoist Yun Chei is right. You and I are indeed fated to meet. Then Qin Yu faintly smiled. His eyes fell on the people that followed him out of the mountain valley. But today, it isn't just you who are fated to meet me. The complexions of the two women changed, because it was obvious that Qin Yu was looking at them when he said these words. Yun Chei frowned. What does fellow Taoist Qin mean? Qin Yu lightly said, Not too long ago, I inadvertently encountered these two women fighting over a treasure. I don't know if it's because they've lost their memories or because of some other reason, but they don't recognize each other anymore. He paused. Fellow Taoist Yun Chei, what do you think is going on? As he spoke, Qin Yu's finger moved between Yao Ling and Zhang Ying. The complexions of the people outside the mountain valley changed. If this was true, then there were far too many things that could be explained. Zhang Ying's pupils shrank. She saw Qin Yu's expression change. Just this change in expression was enough to prove that Qin Yu wasn't lying. It was actually true. Yun Chei's face darkened. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He didn't think that this woman would reveal a flaw so easily. But from what he saw before, their acting skills were superb. This was a bit strange. Reality proved that Qin Yu's thoughts weren't wrong. Zhang Ying revealed an apologetic expression. That's right, Yao Ling and I are old acquaintances. We even had some grudges before, and not too long ago, we fought over a treasure. Speaking to her, she revealed a bitter expression. But, in the end, that thing was taken away by fellow Taoist Qin, wasn't it? Yao Ling's face paled. She nervously looked at Yun Chei. Big brother Yun, I didn't mean it. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid that I would make you unhappy. After all, I'm not strong and I only joined halfway. I was afraid that you would think of me as a burden. Zhang Ying said. My worries were similar to Yao Ling's. Afterwards, the two of us discussed in private. We didn't want to expose the fact that we knew each other so that no one would have any unnecessary suspicions. Pausing, she looked at Yao Ling apologetically. I told this matter to fellow Taoist Lian Feng. He can testify. As the leader of the group, Lian Feng looked at everyone and nodded. He said in a low voice, That's right, fellow Taoist Zhang Ying explained this to me. In order to prevent everyone from suspecting each other, I agreed with her actions. Yao Ling's face paled. Big brother Yun, I'm really sorry. I wanted to explain it to you after everyone separated. Qin Yu's eyes swept over Yun Chei's changing expression. He frowned. Things had developed beyond his expectations, and he seemed to have fallen into a trap. This was going to be troublesome. Chapter 1176. As expected, Zhang Ying made her move. This woman's words were sharp. We have already explained what fellow Taoist Qin Yu said. Although there were some parts that were wrong, we had no other intentions. After a brief pause, her tone became a bit heavier. But fellow Taoist Qin Yu, perhaps you should explain why you are here? Qin Yu lightly said, as I said before, I sensed Yun Che and Yun Shi's aura, so I rushed over to warn you. But looking at the current situation, it seems that I was overthinking things. Zhang Ying said, sensed aura? It seems that fellow Taoist Qin Yu's strength far surpasses our imagination. After all, in this mystic realm, our range of perception is extremely limited. She took a deep breath. But there is one thing I want to know. That day we hurriedly parted ways. Did fellow Taoist Qin Yu remember my aura and Yao Ling's? Or did you already discover us, so why did you jump out to warn us? Qin Yu was silent. After determining that he had been tricked, he knew he couldn't explain himself, but there was nothing to explain. Ignoring Zhang Ying's question, he looked at the mountain valley in front of him and said, This place isn't good. It is best if you don't enter. Of course, this is only a warning. Whether you want to listen or not is up to you. Yun Che said, Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, do you not want to explain? Qin Yu looked at him and shook his head. Your emotions have already affected your thoughts and judgment. Explaining is useless. That is all I have to say. Everyone, take care. He looked at Yun Shi. Be careful. I'm leaving. Before Yun Shi could speak, Zhou Huan sneered. You come and go as you please. Qin Yu, do you really think we can't do anything to you? He stepped forward, his aura surging. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly looked at him. This glance was like a bucket of cold water pouring over his head, causing his entire body to go cold and his heartbeat to nearly stop. The complexions of the surrounding people changed. Without pausing, Qin Yu took several steps forward and vanished from sight. A long time after he left, Zhou Huan let out a deep breath. He gasped for breath, his face pale and angry. He wanted to say something to redeem his face. His lips moved several times but no sound came out. He didn't know why, but Qin Yu's eyes kept appearing in his mind. Then, he couldn't help but feel fear and awe in his heart. Qin Yu left. But the atmosphere between the two teams changed a little. The valley was right in front of them, and they had already seen the golden fruit tree with their own eyes. Since they were unwilling to give up, they could only enter again. Everyone could clearly feel each other's cautious attitude. Intentionally or unintentionally, he widened the distance between him and Ringing Bell and Zhang Ying. Big brother Yun, Yao Ling said bitterly. Yun Che revealed a smile. It's fine. Even if there's a misunderstanding, it's fine as long as it's cleared up. He nudged Master Yun. That's right. My brother is right. Everyone won't really mind. Don't worry, big sister Ringing Bell. She leaned over and held her hand, comforting her in a low voice. Looking at Yao Ling's pitiful and reddened eyes, Yun Shi couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. But in her mind, she kept thinking about Qin Yu's attitude towards her and Zhang Ying. Although Qin Yu hadn't given any explanation, he had warned Yao Ling and Zhang Ying to be careful even before he left. It was clear that he was still suspicious of them. For some reason, as Yun Shi held Yao Ling's hand, she suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. The golden fruit tree had a guardian demon. It was similar to what Zhou Qing and Zhang Ying had said. It wasn't too difficult for them to deal with it together. Even though they split some of their strength to deal with the trouble that might arise from Qin Yu's arrival, they still managed to clean it up after a while. The valley quieted down. Lian Feng opened his eyes and pointed a finger at the air. A phantom formation appeared and melted into the air. All right, the formation is complete. Even if someone wants to break into the valley, it should be able to hold them off for a while. Everyone's expressions relaxed. Their eyes focused on the golden fruit tree. It seemed harmless, but they didn't dare to be careless. After all, it wasn't just guardian demons that could kill people in the secret realm. There were some plants that were even more terrifying. Yun Che said in a low voice, "Everyone, be careful. The two teams had a total of 10 people, and each team was composed of 5 cultivators. This was also the reason why the two sides were able to work together. Their strength was similar, so it would reduce a lot of suspicion and trouble. As the leaders of the teams, Yun Che and Lien Feng were naturally the strongest, at least, that was how it seemed on the surface. The two stood at the front. Behind them were Zhou Huan and Zhou Qing. Yao Ling and Zhang Ying were also among them. Yun Shi was relatively at the back. Because of Yun Che and Zhou Huan's and Zhou Qing's attitude, Yun Shi was placed at the back of the group. Of course, Yun Shi was the weakest. If he was placed at another position, it could affect the safety of the entire team. The 10 people worked together and carefully approached the golden fruit tree. Lien Feng held a treasure in his hand that looked like an ocarina. According to him, it could detect auras and give warnings. The journey was smooth. The ocarina never made a sound. Now that the 10 people were close to the golden fruit tree, the sweet smell of the fruit was even stronger. Unconsciously, everyone's breathing deepened and their eyes shone with urgency. The treasure was right in front of them, and it didn't seem dangerous, so it was normal for them to have such an emotional reaction. Even the cautious Yun Che didn't notice anything wrong. After carefully sensing for a long time, he nodded towards Lien Feng. Although Qin Yu said that his thoughts and judgment were affected by his emotions, the truth was that Yun Che was still very careful. He didn't completely believe in Lien Feng or the ocarina flute-shaped treasure in his hand. Only after he determined that there was nothing wrong did he relax a little. Walala, a gust of wind blew past, ruffling the leaves of the golden fruit tree. As the leaves rubbed against each other, they emitted a metallic sound. But right now, no one had the mind to pay attention to this. This was because as the wind blew past, the fruity smell became even richer. An intense desire surged out from the depths of their hearts. Although they didn't know what effects this golden fruit had, no one doubted its preciousness. But no one doubted its preciousness at all, because just by smelling it, the strength in their bodies had increased by a tiny bit. A cultivator in Lien Feng's team gulped. "Everyone, what are we waiting for? The treasure is right in front of us. If we delay, something unexpected will happen." Yun Che took a deep breath. "Before we determine its effects, it is best not to rashly eat the fruit. Let's work together to pick the fruit and divide it up. How about it?" Lien Feng nodded. "Brother Yun is wise. I have no objections." Everyone nodded. After reaching an agreement, they no longer hesitated. They scattered and flew towards the fruit tree. The fragrance became even stronger. Gulp, Master Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked at the golden fruit in his hand. He wondered what it tasted like. She really wanted to taste it. As soon as this thought appeared, Yun Shi suppressed it. But soon, she discovered that the more she tried to suppress it, the stronger the impulse in her heart became. She took a deep breath and bit her lips. Her thoughts became even more intense. "Eat it, it is already yours. If it smelled so good, it would definitely taste wonderful and it would also be helpful to one's cultivation. If she secretly ate one, no one would notice." Moreover, her brother was one of the leaders of the team and Zhou Huan and Zhou Qing both liked her, so it wouldn't matter even if others saw her. The fruit was slowly brought to her mouth. The closer it was, the more enticing it became. Yun Shi licked her lips, her saliva glistening. "Yun Shi, what are you doing?" The fruit was suddenly snatched away. Yun Shi looked up. "Brother." Yun Che's complexion was ugly. "Didn't I say that before we determine its effects, we cannot eat it?" He turned his hand and put away the fruit. He glanced at Yun Shi, stepped back. "The fruit fragrance is too strong. You might not be able to bear it." Yun Shi wanted to refute, but Yao Ling walked over. "Listen to Big Brother Yun. I will accompany you." After saying that, he pulled her along and walked out. Lien Feng suddenly said, "This fruit fragrance is a bit strange. I suggest we not continue picking it. Let's determine its effects first." "Not picking it? Why not? This is a treasure we found with great difficulty." Are we going to leave it to others? Zhou Huan stared at the remaining half of the golden fruit and roared. Yun Che frowned. But at this moment, his complexion changed. No, there is one person missing. Everyone was shocked and quickly scanned their surroundings. As expected, there were only 9 people left in front of them. The one missing was the other woman in Lian Feng's group besides Zhang Ying. She was here just now. I remember it clearly. The cultivator that approached this woman had an ugly complexion. He anxiously looked around. Lian Feng shushed them. Don't speak. Listen. Everyone quieted down. Then, they heard a light crunching sound. The moment they heard this sound, the image of someone biting into a juicy fruit and chewing it in their mouths appeared in everyone's minds. Crunch, there was another sound. This time, everyone locked onto the source of the sound. They looked up at the same time. It was there. Zhou Huan clenched his teeth. She is stealing it. Lian Feng's complexion was ugly. After all, everyone had agreed that they would all pick the fruit before dividing it. But the person beside him had broken the rules. Everyone, rest assured. No matter how many fruits you eat, I guarantee that I will take double the amount. I will not miss out on your share. As he spoke, he stepped forward and howled through the leaves. I will go and grab her. This method of handling things was quite satisfactory. After eating one fruit, 2 were taken away as punishment. After dividing it up, everyone had obtained a bargain. But at this time, there was a miserable scream. Lian Feng, who had rushed into the thick leaves above them, tumbled down. He fell to the ground and wildly rolled about, screaming again and again. Traces of black energy constantly emitted from his body, corroding his flesh and blood. The scene was extremely bloody. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's expressions to change greatly. Before they could react, a black shadow pounced down. Fruit, give me your fruit. A sharp and grating voice rang out. Looking at her clothes, the black shadow was the woman who had stolen and eaten the fruit. But now, she was completely unrecognizable. Red hair pierced through her skin and grew densely, enveloping her entire body. Her face was distorted, and her facial features were hideous. She looked like a devil from hell. And what was most terrifying was that as she roared, her mouth was still chewing. Blood splashed out. It was actually a piece of fresh meat. Looking at Lian Feng, who was rolling about on the ground in increasing pain, the source was obvious. Yun Che roared out, "Be careful!" He punched out. Bang, the red-haired woman was forced back, but she only paused for a moment before rushing out again, without any signs of injury. Let's retreat first. 2 cultivators rushed out to grab Lian Feng. Everyone rapidly retreated, but the red-haired woman madly chased after them. Even though she was forced back again and again, she was still alive and kicking. Fruit, it's because of the fruit. Yun Che waved his hand and threw away all the golden fruits he had picked. The red-haired woman didn't chase after them. She rushed up to pick up the fruits and ate them clean. As she continued to eat the fruits, the woman let out a painful yet joyful roar. Amidst the crackling sounds of her bones and flesh, her body swelled up again and again. Her skin couldn't bear it any more and cracked, revealing her scarlet flesh and blood gushed out. But at this time, even more red hair drilled out from her flesh and blood, sucking up all the blood. As expected, this woman's change was because of these golden fruit. Seeing this with her own eyes, Master Yun paled. If it weren't for Yun Che stopping her just now, she feared she would have become like this. She opened her mouth to say something but discovered that she couldn't move. She couldn't even speak a single word. Her eyes widened in panic. She turned to look at the bell beside her and gave it a charming smile. But there was no emotion in her eyes, as cold as an empty shell. Throw away the fruits, throw them all away. She could clearly hear Yun Che's roars in her ears. Master Yun desperately struggled but to no avail. Chapter 1177. A thought flashed through her mind. Qin Yu was right, there was indeed a problem with Yao Ling. Since there was a problem with her, then Zhang Ying was definitely in cahoots with her. Yunshi's eyes widened because she saw Zhang Ying appear behind Yunche. She wanted to harm her big brother. His heartbeat quickened, and he seemed to hear a light "kacha" sound in his ears, as if something in his body had shattered. "Big brother, be careful!" Yunshi screamed with all her strength. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her exposed skin turned red. It was like a raging flame had been ignited in her body. The blood that fell to the ground actually began to burn as it came into contact with the air. The temperature in the air rapidly rose. Yunche's complexion changed. He moved to avoid the sneak attack from behind. Seeing that her attack had failed, Zhang Ying retreated. She frowned and grabbed Yunshi's bell. Fire-bathing lineage. Yao Ling was a bit surprised and then happy. Yunche's eyes flashed with disbelief. He clenched his teeth and said, "There really is a problem with you." As he spoke, he stared at Yao Ling. Yunshi was in her hands. Hearing this, Yao Ling chuckled. "Big brother Yun, the truth is that I quite like you, but I have no other choice." Their original plan wasn't like this, but Qin Yu's appearance had forced them to act ahead of time. Luckily, things had gone smoothly so far. Moreover, Yunshi was actually from the fire-bathing lineage. This was an unexpected surprise. Yunche didn't have time to regret. He coldly said, "Let go of Yunshi and I will give you two a chance to live." Besides the injured Lian Feng and the red-furred woman, there were still 5 of them. Even if Yao Ling and Zhang Ying hid their strength, they still weren't their match. Thinking of this, Yunche's heart ached and he felt endless gratitude towards Qin Yu. If it weren't for him suddenly appearing and messing up the 2 women's plans, they really would have been in danger. 5 against 2, you did have the absolute advantage. Yao Ling's lips curled up. But now I'm afraid that is no longer the case. Yunche was startled. Before he could respond, 2 miserable screams sounded out. The 2 people supporting Lian Feng had their chests torn apart and their organs fell to the ground. Their eyes widened and blood gushed out from their noses and mouths. Lian Feng, who was badly mutilated and had a sinister appearance, did not seem to feel any pain from his injuries. His voice was indifferent. "Don't waste time. Finish them off quickly." As he spoke, a piece of rotten flesh on his face fell to the ground. The cultivator whose chest had been torn open hadn't died yet. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Senior apprentice brother Lian Feng said. "He died a long time ago, but it doesn't matter, you 2 will be together very soon." The red-haired woman, who had eaten the golden fruit, was attracted by the smell of blood and pounced on the 2 corpses, tearing them apart. The scene was bloody and horrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Yunche, Zhou Huan and Zhou Qing, who were still alive, felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern as a chill spread from the bottom of their hearts. It was obvious that coming to the valley was a conspiracy from the very beginning. Lian Feng said, "Have you thought it through? That's fine, then I'll send you all on your way." He let out a sharp howl. The red-haired woman, who was tearing apart the 2 corpses, suddenly raised her head and stared at Yunche and the others. Bang! The ground was torn apart by the sharp claws of her hands and feet. The red-haired woman howled as she hurtled towards Yunche and the others. After eating a massive number of golden fruits and a great deal of flesh and blood, the red-haired woman's body had become even larger. She was just like a red-haired monster. But contrary to her massive body, her speed wasn't affected at all. Instead, she was even faster and more agile than before. Her sharp claws clawed at Yunche, tearing apart the air and emitting piercing sounds. 3 against 1, they could only barely maintain a balance. None of their attacks could cause any serious damage to the red-haired monster. Yunche's complexion became increasingly ugly. At some unknown time, there was also the monster that had replaced Lian Feng, Yao Ling and Zhang Ying, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Today was likely going to be dangerous. Glancing at his little sister who was caught by Yao Ling, Yunche clenched his teeth. He suddenly lifted his hand and threw out a token. Bang! As this token touched the air, it began to burn, turning into an incomparably massive flame rune that shot into the sky. The air fiercely twisted and the phantom of a great array appeared, trapping the flame rune within. Lien Feng grinned. The fire-bathing lineage's SOS token. Fortunately, I laid down an array before, otherwise it really would have been troublesome. He glanced at Zhang Ying. Let's attack together to avoid any complications. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward. As his body shook, the rotten flesh and blood that adhered to his body suddenly broke off and flew out, covering Yun Che. Bang, bang, pieces of rotten flesh and blood exploded, turning into a thick black and scarlet mist. Yun Che hurriedly retreated. But no one expected that although Lien Feng had attacked him, his target wasn't him. Taking advantage of Yun Che's retreat, the skeletal Lien Feng raised his hand and punched at Zhou Huan. Roiling gray energy condensed, forming a bone dragon that roared and tore at Zhou Huan. Caught off guard, Zhou Huan's face paled. He screamed and threw out a treasure, exploding it with a loud explosion as he retreated. But at this time, his body froze. Zhang Ying's eyes had turned blood-red. Her gaze was locked onto his body with an incomparably strange expression. Being locked onto by this pair of blood-red eyes, Zhou Huan's mind went blank for a moment and he froze in place. Although this process was brief, by the time he regained his composure, the bone dragon phantom was already in front of him and swallowed him whole. Ah! His miserable screams came to an abrupt end. The skeletal Lien Feng vigorously chewed. Although there was clearly nothing in his mouth, it emitted a zzz sound and he swallowed a few times in a happy manner. Zhou Huan. Honest Zhou Cheng's eyes instantly turned red. The two were brothers of the same clan and had grown up together. They had a close relationship. Lien Feng laughed as he ate. Don't worry, it's your turn next. As he spoke, his complexion suddenly changed. The array phantom that sealed the flame rune fiercely shook. In the next moment, it shattered. Whoosh, the flame rune soared into the sky. Lien Feng screamed miserably and vomited in great mouthfuls. Although he was clearly a skeleton, he actually spat out pieces of chewed flesh and blood. Mixed within were pieces of robe. This was Zhou Huan, who had just been swallowed by the bone dragon phantom. Be careful, someone has broken in. Yun Shi's complexion changed. Just as he was about to bring her away, he froze. With one hand, he grabbed her neck and twisted it forcefully. Kacha, the crisp sound of bones breaking was followed by the sound of flesh tearing apart. Her entire head was torn off and tossed to the ground. It spun several times, her eyes wide and her face filled with fear. Save me, hurry and save me! Her head screamed on the ground. But she only had time to shout twice before the light in her eyes rapidly dimmed. Par with a light sound, Yun Shi's head exploded and her corpse fell to the ground, rotting away in the blink of an eye. It was as if this woman had died many years ago, and it was only because of some unknown force that she was able to maintain her appearance when she was alive. And just now, after her head was torn off, the strength that kept her alive was also destroyed. Yun Shi fell backwards into a firm embrace. Her eyes widened. Big brother Qin. As she spoke, she spat out blood. Her body was crimson, like a piece of red-hot iron. Qin Yu frowned. He lifted a hand and placed it between her eyebrows. Don't speak. Go to sleep first. A dark mark appeared between Yun Shi's eyebrows. The terrifying temperature that she released immediately began to rapidly decrease. Her exposed skin also returned to normal in a breath of time. But Qin Yu knew that he was only forcefully suppressing the backlash of Yun Shi's bloodline. This could be considered a temporary solution. Brother Qin. Yun Che's face lit up with joy. Then, he revealed a look of shame. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Strength gushed out from the void and pulled back Yun Che and the red-eyed Zhou Qing. You two leave first. As he spoke, he handed Yun Shi over to them. Yun Che's eyes widened. Brother Qin, let's go. Qin Yu didn't explain further. Yun Che clenched his teeth. He held onto Yunshi with one hand and grabbed onto Zhou Qing with the other. Then, he turned and rushed out of the valley. Skeleton Lian Feng's two eye sockets were completely empty. Now, he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu and screamed, "Who are you?" Zhang Ying's eyes were blood-red. She whispered, "I can't lock onto his aura." This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Although she had ended up in a state that was neither human nor ghost, she still retained the abilities of the Sly Fate lineage. Qin Yu ignored them. His eyes fell onto the depths of the valley where the golden fruit tree quietly stood. He lightly said, "Now that things have come to this, it's time for the main character to show himself. I can't always have these two puppets jump around in front of me." The valley was silent. Qin Yu had no expression. "That's fine. I'll cripple these puppets first. Let's see just how long you can endure." He lifted a hand and pressed forward. His 5 fingers spread out like 5 great mountains, suppressing all directions. Lian Feng and Zhang Ying's complexions changed. At this time, in their perception, the world had turned dark. It was like an endless abyss, like the eternal night that came after the sun, as if it wanted to pull them in so that they would never be able to transcend. Bang! The golden fruit tree suddenly erupted with endless light. Every inch of its branches and leaves began to burn, emitting a blinding golden light. This endless light was like a sharp arrow that howled towards Qin Yu. The air violently twisted, as if it couldn't withstand the strength of the golden arrows of light. Pitch-black cracks began to appear in the air. Endless darkness erupted with Qin Yu as the center. It was like a pitch-black maw that led to some unknown place. All of the light that shot towards him was swallowed up. However, only Qin Yu, who was in the darkness, knew that what was truly terrifying about these seemingly terrifying golden lights was the soul force contained within them. Or, it was more accurate to say that this was a kind of mutated soul force. It possessed a horrifying toxicity. Once it came into contact with the soul, it would corrode away, like maggots that wouldn't stop until they died. The old turtle ate happily. His appetite was quite good. As long as it was soul force, he didn't care about the type. In fact, Qin Yu could even feel a trace of joy from his mood. This was probably because he had tasted a different kind of delicacy. However, according to the intensity of the soul force, the old turtle judged that the golden fruit tree in front of him was only an avatar. In other words, the true master wasn't here. Qin Yu immediately lost all thoughts of entangling himself with this old turtle. There were many people that rushed into the mystic realm, and there was no lack of powerful characters among them. He didn't want the chance he had chosen to become famous to be snatched away by someone else, because of the repeated delays. He feared he didn't have enough time to cross the endless sea. Thus, Qin Yu couldn't lose this chance. "Tell me where your main body is and perhaps I can let you live." In the darkness, Qin Yu's calm voice echoed out. The golden fruit tree's surface erupted with an even more intense light. It dyed the entire mountain valley gold and tore apart all the clouds in the sky. The commotion became even greater. Soon, more people would be drawn over. Qin Yu shook his head. He stepped forward. The darkness rushed deep into the mountain valley, towards the golden fruit tree that had taken root in the ground. It didn't resist, only passively withstanding it. But this was only what it saw on the surface, because the darkness was silent and swallowed up all of the golden light. Within the golden light, Lian Feng and Zhang Ying constantly shivered in fear. Suddenly, there was a sharp scream. This scream was aimed at the soul and couldn't be heard by the ears. In their fear, Lian Feng and Zhang Ying suddenly roared out in pain. Then, their bodies exploded and 2 phantoms rushed out, submerging into the ground where the golden fruit tree was. In the next moment, the ground shattered and countless golden roots tore through the earth. These roots were like chains that tightly wrapped around 3 corpses. 1 man and 2 women. However, one of the women's corpses instantly decayed as soon as they appeared, turning into powder. It was the dead Yao Ling whose head had been pulled off by Qin Yu just now. The other woman was Zhang Ying, and the unfamiliar man should be Lian Feng. Shuar on their pale faces, the two people opened their eyes. Golden light surged within them as they stared at Qin Yu. "Who are you?" The man and woman spoke in unison. Their deep voices were strange and stiff, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. In the darkness, Qin Yu remained expressionless. "Right now, my promise is still valid. Die." The man and woman roared out at the same time. They lifted their hands and formed complex hand seals. Golden light gathered around them, forming two terrifying marks. A boundless pressure was released, causing the darkness to shake and billowing waves to rise up. Bang, bang, the two marks howled out, crashing into the darkness. Qin Yu couldn't help but stop and sigh inwardly. As he thought, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this world. With his strength, he didn't fear the famous land of chaos too much. But now, it seemed that he had been too careless. Not to mention anything else, just this avatar alone had such strength. The dangers of this mystic realm far surpassed Qin Yu's imagination. If it weren't for the old turtle's existence, then these two marks would have been more than enough for Qin Yu to suffer. Of course, the reality was that they crashed into the darkness. Before they could even touch Qin Yu, they were cleanly swallowed up. Hikimem, it seemed that they had eaten too much. Chapter 1178. As the top boss of the death-fearing world, the degree to which he feared death was incomprehensible to the average person. To the old turtle, what did eating a bit of food count for? As long as he could extend his life, he could eat at least a dozen more of those marks. But soon, as the old turtle licked his lips in anticipation, he was disappointed to discover that he seemed to have overestimated the energy of this split fruit tree in front of him. After striking out two marks, the golden fruit tree's dazzling golden light clearly dimmed. The male and female corpses that were entangled by the golden roots were too shaken. They asked the same question once more, "Who are you?" In the darkness, Qin Yu frowned. He thought that this person was stubborn enough, but this sort of stubborn fellow would find it difficult to change their mind once they decided on something. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. Then, he wouldn't waste any more time. After all, the commotion here was far too great. Whether it was other cultivators or the life forms within the mystic realm, it would be much more troublesome. Bang, darkness howled outwards, blotting out the skies like a great curtain. It submerged the golden fruit tree and the two corpses it controlled. The golden light that illuminated the world immediately vanished from sight. All that was left was tumbling darkness and a cold aura that filled the air. The golden fruit tree that was swallowed up by the darkness rapidly withered. Its branches and leaves scattered with the wind until all that was left over was a golden crystal that was shaped like a heart. The roaring red-furred monster seemed to lose all strength as the golden fruit tree withered. As it struggled and howled, it turned to powder along with the golden fruit tree. Qin Yu lifted his hand and grasped the crystal. As he felt the boundless soul strength within, a dignified expression crossed his face. Such a formidable soul strength was actually just a split body. Although he already knew this, he was still shaken after personally confirming it. Now, the only thing Qin Yu was curious about was how many split bodies similar to the heart-shaped crystal in his hand were in this mystic realm. If there were 3 or 5, then that would be fine. But if there were more than 10, then the big fellow hidden in this mystic realm would be difficult to deal with. As Qin Yu was secretly calculating, as the golden fruit tree withered and died, the two corpses it controlled began to gently shiver. The eyes of the man's corpse rapidly trembled as he desperately tried to open them. But right at this time, strange blood-red lines appeared on his face. Then, his body rapidly rotted away. Wisps of greenish-white gas came out of the rotten corpse and were absorbed by the female corpse next to it. She opened her eyes. His eyes were crimson, exactly the same as the blood-colored lines on the rotten man's face. Confusion flashed in her blood-red eyes before she immediately regained focus. As she looked at Qin Yu, the blood-red light in her eyes suddenly rose. Qin Yu's heart shrank. A trace of dread and unease broke into his mind. He lifted his hand and grasped the air. Bang! The endless darkness collapsed inward, as if a ferocious mouth had suddenly appeared and swallowed the blood-eyed woman. Ah! Don't kill me! I have the bloodline of the Sly Fate clan. If you take my life, you'll definitely be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Qin Yu was expressionless. His fingers clenched together. The woman's scream came to an abrupt end. He had heard of the Sly Fate clan twice, but he had already rushed through the abyssal world, so why would he fear them? Since he had schemed against him, then he should be prepared for death to knock on his door. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked down at his palm. Blood-red lines appeared on the back of his hand, constantly extending upwards as if they were alive. At the same time, traces of an extremely cold Yin aura were released, drilling deep into Qin Yu's body. Humph! This was the mark left behind by killing the Sly Fate clan? It really was strange. But to Qin Yu, it wasn't like there was no way around it. With a thought, the blood-red lines on the back of his hand stopped growing. Then, they shrank back, forming a round dot on the back of his hand that looked like a blood mole. But this was all he could do. There was no way to completely expel this strength from his body. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. He took a step forward, his figure howling. Outside the mountain valley, Yun Che was holding the unconscious Master Shi. Master Yun and Zhou Qing were anxiously waiting. The reason they hadn't chosen to leave was because Qin Yu had saved them, and because Master Yun's condition was terrible. The golden light that shot into the heavens and the extremely terrifying fluctuations of strength that erupted from within the mountain valley left the two of them panic-stricken. At the same time, they also understood why Qin Yu wanted them to leave. If they stayed in the mountain valley, just the shock waves alone would be enough to take their lives. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, Yun Che saw Qin Yu fly out. He let out a long breath of relief and hurried over. Qin Yu glanced at them. Let's leave this place first. With a flick of his sleeves, he swept the three of them away. Without any hesitation, he flew into the distance and soon disappeared from sight. An hour after Qin Yu's group of four left, a meteor smashed into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Scorched black soil splashed outwards and countless cracks spread out. From the raging flames, a young man walked out. He had an ordinary appearance and a bald head. His clothes were also very casual. If this were a different scene, perhaps it would be a little funny, but now the only feeling one felt was horror. After walking out of the crater, the bald man entered the mountain valley. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took left behind a scorched black footprint. His eyes swept over the messy mountain valley that had been ravaged by darkness. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grasped forward. Several sparks appeared out of thin air and fell into his palm. It was indeed the aura of the fire-bathing lineage. But it was very unfamiliar. In this endless sea trial, he was the only one from his clan to enter. Where did the other clansmen come from? Moreover, there was another point. The aura that remained here wasn't too pure. His eyes flashed and the bald man let go, allowing the sparks in his palm to dissipate. He had already memorized this aura. As long as this person was still in the mystic realm, he would encounter him sooner or later. But this mountain valley, what a tyrannical aura! Even though most of it had already dissipated, just the remnant portion alone wasn't difficult to deduce what had happened here not too long ago. Indeed, it was just as the patriarch had said. This endless sea trial wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Many cultivators with formidable strengths had stepped into the valley with their own objectives. Today, Flaming Wind had noticed one such person in this gorge. He silently asked himself if he could defeat the cultivator in this mountain valley. The answer was that he didn't know. If he didn't know, then that meant he wasn't certain. In other words, if both sides fought with their lives on the line, it was highly likely that he would be the one to die. Burning Wind smiled. Yes, he really did smile, and it came from his heart. How dull and dull was the cultivation of the great Tao. Only when powerful opponents appeared one after another could one maintain their fighting spirit. Powerful opponents weren't terrifying. As long as one defeated them and stepped on them one by one, they could constantly grow stronger. The smiling Burning Wind was in a good mood. This caused him to change his mind about attacking. He turned and said, "You sly Fate Clan people are always sneaky and sneaky. Since you've already arrived here, you might as well come out." Humph! With a cold sneer, the air twisted and a cold and gloomy man appeared. His appearance was similar to the male and female corpses that Qin Yu had seen before. Both of them had pale blue faces without the slightest hint of blood. The only difference was that this cold man's eyes were very bright, shining like two long sabers that were whistling and dancing in the air. "If it weren't for the remnant aura here completely disagreeing with you, I would have already attacked just now." The cold and gloomy man's voice was icy cold. "For killing someone of my sly Fate Clan's bloodline, no matter where you go, you won't be able to escape the fate of paying with blood." Burning Wind's smile faded. "The one who attacked us in the mountain valley isn't any weaker than you or me. If we really encountered him, it's hard to say who would die. Hooking Soul, you better think this through." The cold-looking man turned around and left. "He will be the one to die." Space distorted, and his whole person was like a shadow. After a few steps, he disappeared. At the same time, the extremely cold aura that emanated from his body also disappeared. It was as if he had never been here in the first place. In fact, if one were to look closely, they would discover that the cold and sinister man was walking towards them. Not even footprints were left in this place. The sly Fate Clan was said to be able to control fate and alter life and death. They were one of the most mysterious clans in the world. The members of their clan were elusive, and they would disappear as soon as lightning appeared. It was difficult for ordinary people to find traces of them. And Bewitching Soul was one of the most outstanding members of the Sly Fate tribe's younger generation. Rumor had it that he already possessed the strength of an Anitya Helgard, making him the most terrifying existence in the Sly Fate clan apart from a few old bones. Burning Wind said softly, "You've been targeted by soul reaping. Don't die easily. Otherwise, it would be too boring." As he turned around, flames appeared out of thin air, wreaking havoc as they devoured his figure. The next moment, the burning flames suddenly disappeared, and Ran Feng's figure also disappeared along with it. Qin Yu glanced behind him. Just now, there were some ripples in his mind. There was a faint restlessness. It was like he had been locked onto by a predator hidden in the darkness. He was certain that what happened in the mountain valley had been discovered by someone. If he could sense something and feel uneasy, then this person must be incredibly strong. But who was it? Qin Yu glanced at Yunshi, who was being held in Yunche's arms. The fire-bathing lineage should be there. Moreover, it might be the Sly Fate clan that the female corpse had mentioned before she died. Although Qin Yu didn't know much about these two sides, he had heard Yunche and the others mention them before he left the ship. It seemed that they were both extraordinary family inheritances. Yunche had been waiting outside the valley for him to come out, so Qin Yu could naturally guess what he was thinking. Then, even if he didn't say anything about the fire-bathing lineage, he would have mentioned it on his own initiative. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stopped and pointed to the ground. "Let's rest here for now." He landed on the ground and found a hidden place. After sweeping out with his divine sense and confirming that there was no danger, he nodded. Yunche let out a long breath. He carefully placed Yunshi down and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Qin, for saving me. I was blind before and I ask Brother Qin to forgive me for my disrespect." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Since I helped you, I didn't care about this matter. Moreover, I had my own considerations." His words weren't tactful, but Yunche truly relaxed. The more Qin Yu acted like this, the more it showed that he truly didn't care. Only after confirming that Qin Yu had forgiven him could Yun Che ask him to save him. "Brother Qin, my little sister's life is in danger. I ask that you save her on account of her sincerity towards you." Qin Yu glanced at Yun She. The dark mark between her eyebrows had dimmed a great deal. He frowned. Her bloodline had gone berserk and was stronger than he had imagined. Fire-bathing lineage. With such a tyrannical bloodline, her strength could be imagined. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, his complexion changed. He lifted a hand and pressed it against the ground. A wild strength instantly erupted outwards. Dong! The entire earth violently shook. Countless cracks exploded outwards. A pained scream rang out. A monster beast that looked like a rat that had been hiding in the dark had its head blown apart. Looking at its corpse, Qin Yu frowned, surprise in his eyes. He lifted his hand and a lotus flower appeared in his palm. It was beautiful and vibrant. Suddenly, the lotus flower moved without wind, releasing a swallowing strength. Motes of golden light flew out from the monster beast's corpse and were instantly absorbed by the lotus flower. After it was completed, the luster it emitted was several times brighter than before. He was right. Qin Yu put away the lotus flower. His eyes fell on Yun She once more. This time they were a bit more dignified. This rat-like monster beast had an extremely strong ability to conceal its aura. If not for the old turtle warning him, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Its target was none other than the unconscious Yun She. The facts proved that this monster beast was being controlled. Behind it was the powerful soul form that Qin Yu was secretly startled to find hiding in this mystic realm. But what was the reason? Chapter 1179. Master Yun wasn't too strong. The only surprising thing about him was that he had a berserk fire bloodline. But Qin Yu could sense that this bloodline wasn't enough to attract the powerful soul bodies in the mystic realm. The possibility of this being a coincidence was so low that it could be ignored. In other words, there was a high chance that Master Yun was hiding some attribute that Qin Yu hadn't noticed yet. And this attribute was extremely attractive to the powerful soul bodies hidden in the mystic realm. But this assumption didn't make sense. If this was the case, then why did the powerful soul bodies in the mystic realm only send out such a weak monster beast? After all, besides its superb concealment ability, the monster beast's strength was nearly negligible after being killed by Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because it was in the middle of something important and couldn't spare too much strength, or perhaps it was tied up by something else. After all, it wasn't just Qin Yu and his group that had entered the mystic realm. Who knew how many tyrannical characters were hidden within? Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his thoughts. His eyes fell on Master Yun. He had originally decided to do his best to save Master Yun. But now, do my best had become definitely. Qin Yu's intuition told him that Master Yun was likely the key to finding the soul bodies in the mystic realm. Yun Che was startled and angry. This is... Qin Yu had no intention of explaining. I will carefully examine her first. Tell me everything about Master Yun. Complete meant not hiding anything. The more comprehensive the information he knew, the more likely he was to find the crux of the problem and save her life. Yun Che was clearly hesitant, but he soon understood. He glanced at Zhou Qing. The honest man hadn't yet emerged from his depressed state. He dryly said that he was going to guard the surroundings and then walked away. Qin Yu didn't wait. After speaking, he began to examine Master Yun's condition in detail. Finger contact was unavoidable. This was a bloodline backlash. Although the dark mark had barely suppressed it, internal injuries had already occurred. Qin Yu had to determine the severity of these injuries. He could only apologize in his heart and ensure that he didn't look sideways. Then, he heard an incomparably cliché story from Yun Che's mouth. In summary, it was simple: a heartless man abandoned his wife and son. The man he spoke of came from the fire lineage. Because he had a union with a woman from the outside, His bloodline inheritance was incomplete. Yunche did not awaken, but Yunshi's luck was a little worse. She said that she was unlucky because the flame baptism bloodline in her body was not complete, so it was not stable. The reason she could live until now was because it had been in a sealed state. Once it was activated, the berserk bloodline power would burn her to ashes from the inside out. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pinched the point between his eyebrows. This was a completely subconscious action, but he could smell the faint fragrance of a woman on his fingertips. He coughed lightly and put down his hand. I already know what happened. Let me think about it. Everything in the world seemed simple, but in reality, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Take Yunshi's condition, for example. The crux of the problem was that his bloodline was incomplete. All he had to do was fix it. Such a simple matter, but the problem was how to make up for it? Of course, if one were to cripple her bloodline of flames, Yunshi might still be able to survive. However, if she were to suffer the backlash from her bloodline, she would only be able to remain as a living corpse for the rest of her life. Mending the bloodline, or thinking of other alternatives, should be the only choice. Qin Yu had many methods to kill, but if he were to save someone, he still had the potion that Liao Shi had left for him. But that thing was for the abyssal races to use. If he fed it to Yunshi, it would be no different from murder. There was nothing he could do about it. No matter how long he thought about it, it would only be a waste of time. Luckily, the one using his brain right now wasn't Qin Yu. He directly laid down his words. It was likely that Yunshi was the key to capturing a powerful soul body in the mystic realm. She absolutely could not die. To the old turtle, the soul strength contained within the golden crystal heart had already caused his liver to tremble with excitement. His desire to possess the main body that had split off from this heart had reached an unprecedented peak. At this time, let alone thinking of a way to save Yunshi, even if he had to reveal himself and run a circle around the mystic realm naked, he would still seriously consider it. Pressure was a driving force, but what was stronger than pressure was an infinitely burning passion for life. With the help of this passion, the old turtle actually thought of a way to save Yunshi. Mending the bloodline. Indeed, there was nothing new about this idea. But he didn't just say it out loud. Rather, he provided Qin Yu with a relatively perfect plan. After careful deliberation, he found that there was indeed a high chance of success. Of course, a 100% guarantee was impossible. In addition, this method came from the shadow of the abyss. If he used it in the vast Yang world, who knew whether or not some inexplicable change would occur? But this was already enough. It was better than waiting for Yunshi to die in this state. Qin Yu lifted a hand and placed it between her eyebrows. After several breaths of time, he took it back. As he poured strength into it, the dark mark began to brighten. But Qin Yu was well aware that the time it could be maintained was limited. Moreover, as more strength was poured into it, it would become shorter and shorter. He stood up and looked at Yunshi. He directly said, I have already thought of a way to save her. But the process will be dangerous. You and Zhouqing cannot follow me. This was the truth. For instance, in the battle in the mountain valley, Yunshi and Zhouqing had to retreat first, otherwise they would have been in great danger. This time, they had been given time to retreat. But what about next time? It had to be known that life-saving methods were never easy to achieve. Moreover, the method that the old turtle from the abyss had given Qin Yu could be considered harsh and cruel no matter how one looked at it. Qin Yu himself might have to take a risk, but he didn't have full confidence that he could guarantee their safety. Yunshi's complexion changed. He glanced at the unconscious Yunshi and clenched his teeth. He turned and knelt to the ground. Brother Qin, I leave my sister to you. If you can save her life, I will never forget this great kindness. Qin Yu accepted his kneeling. I will do my best. He picked up Yunshi and turned. With several flickers, he vanished from sight. Zhouqing ran over, his eyes wide. What happened? Where did Qin Yu take Yunshi? Yunche bitterly smiled. I don't know, but this is Yunshi's only hope of survival. They hadn't known each other for long. Even if he was saved by Qin Yu, as he said, he had his own reasons for doing things. In terms of his heart, Yunche certainly couldn't trust Qin Yu without reservation. But he had no other choice. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly on as Yunshi was burned to death by the rampaging fire bloodline. Carrying the unconscious Yunshi, Qin Yu's speed was much slower. He had to be more cautious to avoid falling into a dangerous situation. The current Yunshi didn't have the strength to protect herself. The slightest mistake could cost her life. Luckily, he wasn't pressed for time. Moreover, Qin Yu already knew where to find the person who could save Yunshi. That's right, it was one person. According to the rules of the abyss that the old turtle spoke of, in order to save one person's life, one had to give up another. This was in accordance with the principle of fairness. This was the principle of fair exchange. Yunshi's bloodline was incomplete, causing her to go berserk and pose a threat to her life. Then, he would extract a complete one, fuse the two together, and then return it to her body. Everything would be easily solved. If Yunshi was lucky, she might even be able to profit from this disaster. Her bloodline would become incomparably powerful. But, as I said before, everything was easier said than done. This was no simple matter and required extremely harsh conditions. If it weren't for the old turtle helping him, it would have been impossible for Qin Yu to accomplish this. Bang! The ground suddenly shattered and countless palm-sized winged insects drilled out. They opened their mouths wide and screeched, revealing their fangs. As their shrill screeches entered his ears, they were like thin needles that ruthlessly pierced through his skull, twisting and turning in his mind. At the same time, these fierce-looking little things that had extremely sharp teeth began to flap their wings and rush over. Humph! Qin Yu coldly coughed. He came to a stop and stomped his feet. Bang! With a dull thud, the void trembled. Ripples spread out in all directions. Par-pa, the insects that rushed over were crushed to pieces. Flesh and blood splashed out and a foul stench filled the air. But the death of their own kind didn't scare them away. Instead, they became even more ruthless. In the blink of an eye, an endless stream of insects rushed out from the ground. They used the fragments of their corpses to submerge Qin Yu, who was holding on to Yunshi. Although they weren't strong individually, they didn't fear death. In addition to their large numbers, there was simply an endless stream of them. If he killed one, then two would come. It was like ants biting an elephant to death. If he continued to be surrounded like this, once he exhausted all his strength, all that awaited him would be nothing but death. Perhaps it was because the mark of darkness had taken effect and Qin Yu's body had recovered a little, or perhaps it was because of the endless insect monsters that the screeches were simply too terrifying. The sleeping Yunshi's face paled. Her body trembled as she opened her eyes. She had a pained expression and blood began to seep out from the corners of her eyes. Qin Yu lifted a hand and placed it between her eyebrows. Don't listen to me. We will be able to leave soon. Yunshi struggled to speak. Big brother Qin, she wasn't dead yet. But it was truly excruciating. It was as if many red-hot irons had been shoved into her body. At every moment, her flesh and blood were being burned. The endless pain was enough to cause one's consciousness to collapse. Yunshi instinctively hugged Qin Yu. Big brother Qin. I feel so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Qin Yu parted his fingers, revealing a crack. He looked at her struggling eyes and said, If you feel uncomfortable, it means that you are still alive. Trust me, you will be fine soon. Without waiting for Yunshi's reply, Qin Yu exerted a bit more strength with his other hand. The pained Yunshi's eyes rolled back and she fainted once more. The mark of darkness between her eyebrows was much dimmer than it was at the start. This was much faster than Qin Yu had expected. The situation was extremely tricky. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu pulled out a hand and clenched his fingers into a fist. He let out a deep breath and punched forward. Dong! It was like an incomparably large leather drum had been struck. As the drum vibrated, it set off a ring of fluctuations. Wherever these fluctuations swept out, all of the ferocious and fearless insect monsters instantly froze where they were. In the next moment there was a series of crackling sounds. Countless corpses and pieces of flesh rained down like a downpour of flesh and blood. Chapter 1180. In this world, there was no true fairness or justice. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime, meant that if one took a treasure that didn't match one's strength, they would provoke a disaster. This was easier to deal with. If one tactfully made a deal or took the initiative to offer treasures to find a backer, then losses were losses and they could still ensure their own safety. But what if this jade pendant was your body? What would you do then? Through a lucky chance, it gave birth to sentience and experienced countless trials and tribulations to grow. But in the end, it was discovered that it was nothing more than a meal chosen by others. This result was difficult to accept. Since it wasn't willing to accept it, it could only resist. The difficulty was obvious. After all, in terms of strength, the difference was far too great. Or, it was more accurate to say that in this vast world, how many people had the strength to protect themselves when faced with the greed of these people? If the road of resistance couldn't be taken, then it could only think of a solution from within itself. Since what they wanted was the strength born in my body, then they would stain it and make it lose all value. Of course, this road wasn't easy to walk and was incomparably dangerous. But if there was another choice, who would make this choice? Hate? Of course it was hate. But this was how the world had been since ancient times. It wasn't the first to suffer this, nor would it be the last. In this world, the only thing it could do was endure. So, this was fate. This was my fate and also your fate. No one could blame anyone else. If there was something to blame, then blame yourself for living in this world. Qin Yu's journey became even more difficult. If it weren't for his experience in the abyss and his strength greatly increasing, he might have already died. All sorts of monsters from mystic realms attacked him without end. He was like a bonfire in the dark night, attracting fangs from all directions. Of course, Qin Yu was well aware that while he was the one bearing the attacks of the monsters from the mystic realm, the true source of attraction was Master Yun. If Qin Yu had some doubts about his previous conjecture, then now he was absolutely sure. Master Yun did possess a special attribute that attracted the soul bodies of mystic realms. There was also one more thing he could confirm. This soul body that split into countless avatars and attracted cultivators into the mystic realm was currently occupied by something. Otherwise, the attacks that Qin Yu withstood wouldn't be so simple. Simple was only relatively speaking. If it were any other cultivator, even an original soul realm powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Qin Yu's current condition was okay. There shouldn't be any problems in the near future. However, if this were to continue, it would only be a matter of time before something went wrong. There was an endless stream of monsters in the mystic realm. Without sufficient time to rest, there would come a time when their strength would be exhausted. Therefore, he had to think of a way to change the current situation. Qin Yu looked down at the unconscious Master Yun. The reason lay with her. If he couldn't find the crux of the problem, then it had to be the entire seal. He suppressed Yunshi's aura and isolated him from the outside world. Bang! Darkness erupted like sticky ink, drowning Master Yun and forming a pitch-black cloud. But as it turned out, the power of darkness was unable to truly seal Yunshi's aura. After experiencing 2 more waves of monster attacks from mystic realms, Qin Yu had no choice but to admit defeat. If darkness was ineffective, then what about light? A day later, the ground loudly shattered and Qin Yu rushed out. Cries of despair echoed out from underground. The earth crazily shook and loud bangs echoed out without end. Countless thick roots tore through the earth and danced in the air. After exhausting the last of its life force, it powerlessly fell to the ground. In order to kill this terrifying plant monster that was similar to the vine he had encountered before, Qin Yu had exhausted a great deal of strength. His face paled and he couldn't help but cough, blood splashing out from his palms. His injuries weren't too serious, but he was incomparably exhausted. Even if he was extremely strong, in this state he could only display 60 to 70% of his strength. He had to think of a way. In the end, the reason he had given up on his original plan to pass through the endless sea and ventured into this mystic realm was to extend the life of the old turtle. Thus, Qin Yu didn't feel any pressure ordering him around. Moreover, this fellow had eaten too much recently, so it wasn't a bad idea to let him move around. Qin Yu didn't continue on his way. Instead, he rushed into a cave and smashed the original owner of this mystic realm monster into meat paste. Then, the power of darkness and light simultaneously erupted, crisscrossing the entire cave and dividing it into countless pieces. Darkness and light indeed couldn't completely isolate Master Yun's aura, but they could still play some role in slowing down the speed at which he was locked onto. Qin Yu didn't delay at all. He placed Master Yun on the ground and sat down cross-legged to restore his losses. Not long after, Qin Yu awoke from his cultivation state. The old turtle went straight to the point and gave him two choices. The first was to draw out Master Yun's soul. There was a high chance he would be able to find out what it was that was attracting the mystic realm's soul and form a plan to counter it. But there were risks to doing this. If he wasn't careful, while Master Yun's soul wouldn't scatter away, there was a high chance that his soul would be damaged and he would fall into a daze. Qin Yu looked at Master Yun. As he thought of how Yun Che had knelt down when they parted, he said, "Tell me the second method." The old turtle inwardly curled his lips. He knew that Qin Yu would say something like this. With such a soft-hearted temperament, sooner or later he would suffer a great loss. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to reveal any of it. The second method is relatively safer, but it will place a great burden on you. Qin Yu had already tried to use the sun and moon force fields to cover Master Yun, but it was ultimately useless. But the old turtle's second method was still related to the sun and moon force fields. In simpler terms, it was to borrow the power of darkness and light to form a dark moon and a scarlet sun. Then, according to a method similar to the sun and moon force fields, he would brand them into Master Yun's body. Although it sounded simple, it was extremely difficult. Moreover, it would cause a tremendous loss to Qin Yu. The old turtle hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, this mystic realm is not simple. I fear that a fierce battle will be unavoidable in the end. If you use up too much of your strength, there is a high chance you will encounter danger." His words were earnest, as if he were wholeheartedly thinking for Qin Yu. Qin Yu certainly knew that the old turtle was afraid that if something happened to Qin Yu, he would also suffer misfortune. But what he said wasn't wrong. In this mystic realm, there was absolutely a terrifying soul body hidden within. If Qin Yu had just wanted to stop while he was ahead, then that was fine. But since he had locked onto this soul body, a great battle was unavoidable. Moreover, in this current situation, because of Master Yun, even if Qin Yu wanted to stop while he was ahead, the soul body in this mystic realm might not let him go. Qin Yu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll use the second method. There isn't much time, so just tell me what to do." A day later, Qin Yu carried Master Yun out of the cave. His complexion was pale, as if he had lost a great deal of blood. His eyes had also dimmed a few degrees. The old turtle's second method had succeeded. The mark of darkness between Master Yun's eyebrows had been replaced by two dots, one black and one red. If one looked carefully, they would discover that although these two dots were only the size of a pinky finger, they emitted a formidable aura. The dark moon was like an abyss, capable of swallowing all. The red sun was like charcoal. Although it didn't have blazing flames, it could burn all things to ashes. With each other as the dots, they constantly revolved, perfectly fusing the strength of light and darkness together. This was already the limit of what Qin Yu could accomplish. Although he had comprehended the truth of light and darkness as one, understanding and grasping them were two completely different matters. Without the help of the old turtle, it would have been impossible for Qin Yu to accomplish this in a single day. But even if he succeeded, condensing the dark moon and red sun, as well as maintaining their existence, the consumption was far greater than he had imagined. In order to continuously extract energy, he had to ensure a constant supply of energy. Otherwise, if the dark moon and red sun collapsed, not only would his aura ceiling fail, but it would also cause severe damage to Master Yun. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He looked up towards the depths of the mystic realm. The crystal heart he obtained from killing the golden fruit tree was, strictly speaking, also a keepsake. If the lotus flower was the key to entering the mystic realm, then this crystal heart was the pass to find the mystic realm's soul bodies. It seemed to be filtering, selecting the most outstanding and powerful cultivators, and drawing them in step by step. Qin Yu didn't know what the reason was, but there was one thing he could be sure of. The other cultivator of the fire-bathing lineage in the mystic realm would definitely go there. He was the one Qin Yu had chosen to save Master Yun's life. He was also the one who would be sacrificed in exchange for his life. This was the reason why Qin Yu had allowed Yun Che and Zhou Qing to leave, even though he didn't know that he would face the crazy pursuit of the mystic realm's soul bodies. The rampaging fire-bathing lineage in Master Yun's body wasn't complete, yet he was already so powerful. The strength of a cultivator with a complete bloodline could be imagined. It wouldn't be simple to take his life. A battle was inevitable. If he was in his peak state, Qin Yu was confident that no one in this mystic realm would be his match. But now, he could only be more careful. He would take things one step at a time, looking for the best opportunity to strike and kill with a single strike. He continued on his way. Although there would still be trouble, compared to before, it was a much smoother journey. With the help of the golden crystal heart, Qin Yu could faintly sense the approximate location of the mystic realm's soul bodies. That place was temporarily quiet. Time wasn't tight and there was no need to hurry. Qin Yu even began to use the time he had to travel to adjust his condition. It was impossible for him to return to his peak state, but he could still erupt with more strength. Every bit of improvement he made now could play a crucial role in determining life or death in a battle. Hooking Soul stood in the shadows. 3 cultivators stood in front of him. 2 men and 1 woman, all of them had dull expressions and empty eyes. He flicked his fingers and 3 drops of blood flew out. They opened their mouths and swallowed them. Remember this taste. Find the person who has it and tell me where he is. The 2 men and 1 woman bowed. Yes, master. Hooking Soul turned and walked away. The 3 cultivators that were frozen in place suddenly began to shine with light from the depths of their empty eyes. Their entire bodies seemed to come alive. Their complexions changed. They swept their eyes around but didn't notice anything wrong. What happened just now? Why were their memories blank? But they knew that something must have happened. It was just that they couldn't remember what it was. Let's go. The 3 people glanced at each other and then hurried away. No matter what happened, leaving here first was the correct choice. As the 3 hesitant cultivators sped off into the distance, Bewitching Soul stood at the peak of a mountain, his robes fluttering in the wind. His ashen face seemed even colder than before. The puppets had already been laid down. Finding and killing the person with the Hooking Soul bloodline was only a matter of time. Now it was time to leave. A sharp light flashed in the depths of Hooking Soul's icy eyes. He really did want to know what it was that could cause such a great figure to soar through the clouds of the highest heavens to fight over. If it was really as he guessed. Hooking Soul licked his lips. What was different from his pale blue face was that his tongue was dyed red with blood. Risks were certain. If he were to snatch food from the mouths of these great figures, a single mistake would result in a calamity. but risks and benefits were always equal. He would take things one step at a time. As time passed and the situation changed, he would need to constantly adjust. Thinking too much about it was useless. Schwa, with a single step, hooking soul vanished like a wisp of blue smoke. Qin Yu carried Master Cloud on his back. As he looked at the scholar in front of him, who was holding a scroll and smiling warmly, he subconsciously tensed up. Between the two of them, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Looking at their appearances after they died, it seemed they had killed each other. And the one who had led all of this was the blue-robed scholar in front of him. The two looked at each other for a moment. Then, the scholar cupped his hands together and bowed. "Fellow Taoist, how do you do? This is the first time we meet. I am Ruan Jing from Xiangzhang Academy." He was elegant and refined, like two scholars meeting on a willow bank. They would admire each other and introduce each other's names to form a friendship. But in the end, that wasn't the case. Now that the ground was littered with corpses and the smell of blood filled the air, Ruan Jing's appearance would make one's hair stand on end. Qin Yu returned the greeting. "Qin Yu." Ruan Jing clapped his hands together, a look of praise on his face. Historical records say that in ancient times there was a great country named Qin. Its strength was tyrannical, and it unified the world. Everything within the universe was its territory, and trillions of lives were ruled over. It was a land of endless prosperity and glory. "Your name is truly wonderful." Qin Yu's lips twitched. This was the first time he had heard this. Could this be considered praise? Thinking for a moment, he met Ruan Jing's gaze and nodded. "Thank you." Towards this blue-robed scholar, Qin Yu didn't want to speak too much. It wasn't because he had killed someone, but because of the dread he felt from the bottom of his heart. From the moment they met until now, his expression had been gentle and cordial, and there wasn't the least bit of hostility in his words, but the more he acted like this, the more uneasy he felt. He always felt as if this person could tear apart his skin at any moment and reveal his fierce claws and teeth. If he didn't want to speak, then he wouldn't. Qin Yu said, "Farewell." He didn't turn around. He drew backwards. Ruan Jing lifted a hand. "Sir Qin, please wait a moment. I have a request." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Teacher Yun. "Because of an accident, my maid went missing, and my only hobby is to read. As the saying goes, adding fragrance to one's sleeves is what I love the most. If Sir Qin is willing to give this woman to me, I will be eternally grateful." Qin Yu said, "I don't want to." Ruan Jing frowned. "Sir, are you really not willing to part with her?" Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. "Yes." The air fell silent. After several breaths of time, Ruan Jing sighed. "That's fine. Since that's the case, I won't take away what others love. Farewell." He cupped his hands together and walked away. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind and he exuded an ethereal aura. In several blinks of an eye, he vanished from sight. Qin Yu turned and walked away. Chapter 1181. After changing directions, Qin Yu came to a stop. He turned around without expression. "Ruan Jing, if you continue to follow behind me, don't blame me for being impolite." The space was silent. Qin Yu coldly snorted. He lifted a hand and pressed it forward. With a loud bang, space twisted. Within the shaking ripples, a figure appeared. It was Ruan Jing, who had just left. He had a look of praise on his face as he clapped his hands, without the slightest bit of embarrassment after being forced out. "Sir Qin's cultivation is quite good. Ruan Jing believes that his ability to conceal his aura isn't weak, but I still wasn't able to avoid your senses." Qin Yu was expressionless. "Give me an explanation." An icy cold aura broke out from his body, as sharp as a blade. Ruan Jing's smile became even brighter. "Sir Qin, please calm your anger. I was wrong in this matter, but I do like the woman behind you." He lifted his palm and light surged. This is something Ruan Jing obtained after killing a fierce monster plant. Its core contains a formidable soul strength. In addition, it is likely a keepsake that points to the greatest lucky chance in this mystic realm. He paused for a moment and continued to say, if Sir Qin agrees to part with her, this can be considered compensation. It will not disappoint you. Qin Yu could immediately determine that the golden bead in Ruan Jing's palm was of the same quality as the crystal he obtained after killing the golden fruit tree. He wasn't lying. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was extremely sincere. After all, to kill a monster plant on the same level as the golden fruit tree wasn't an easy matter. This thing was extremely precious, but Qin Yu already had a similar keepsake. Even if he didn't, he still wouldn't agree. Although Qin Yu thought this, he didn't immediately refuse. He stared at the beads several times and said, I want to know why you are doing this. Before Ruan Jing could speak, Qin Yu sneered. You don't need to say things like you find her pleasing to the eye or you like her. Ruan Jing faintly smiled. He thought for a moment and said, in truth, I can't say for sure. But I always feel that there is something special about this young lady that I'm interested in. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. You aren't telling the truth. Ruan Jing said, Young Master Qin, what do I have to do to make you believe? He suddenly shut his mouth and didn't speak. His smiling face now revealed a trace of gloominess. Young Master Qin, you want to get information from me? You have already decided to reject my deal. Of course, it wasn't a question. Qin Yu met his gaze and nodded. That's right. He dreaded Ruan Jing and didn't want to come into conflict with him, but that didn't mean he feared him. Even if he wasn't at his peak, he was confident that he would be the one laughing in the end if they were to fight. Moreover, his intuition told him that he couldn't show the slightest bit of cowardice at this moment. The tougher his attitude was, the more likely it was that he would be able to avoid setback. The smile on Ruan Jing's face completely vanished. His facial features were elegant and refined. When he smiled, he gave off an incomparably amiable feeling. But when he was gloomy, he seemed exceptionally cold and solemn. Good, very good. He deeply looked at Qin Yu and took a step back. Then, as if he had fallen into water, he vanished from sight. He didn't say anything more. He only left this sentence behind and left decisively. Qin Yu could confirm that Ruan Jing had truly left. But his complexion didn't relax at all. Rather, it became even more dignified. On the surface, this matter seemed to have ended with Ruan Jing retreating. But in reality, both sides were already standing on opposite sides. It was only because he feared Qin Yu's strength that he didn't attack. If they were to meet again in the future, they would be enemies. If there was a chance, Ruan Jing would attack without hesitation and throw Qin Yu into the abyss. This was truly a disaster knocking on one's door on the road. Everything was fine and yet he had provoked such a tyrannical enemy. Qin Yu felt a bit depressed but he soon suppressed it. At the very least, through this matter, he had confirmed his speculations. Master Yun really did have an attribute he hadn't noticed before. It was this attribute that caused the mystic realm's soul body to chase after him relentlessly, provoking Ruan Jing to fall out with him. Just what was it? Qin Yu was incomparably curious, but now clearly wasn't the time to express his curiosity. After waiting for a moment and making sure that Ruan Jing hadn't returned, Qin Yu shot up into the skies. If he thought about it carefully, if he wanted to kill the cultivators of the Bathing Fire Clan to save Master Yun, he would have to kill the female corpse of the Sly Life Clan. That would also bring about trouble. And there was also Ruan Jing from Xiangzhang Academy. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. His recent luck didn't seem to be too good. He was about to provoke one of the tyrannical cultivators of the mystic realm. Ba. Don't randomly choose a target. There was already enough trouble on his hands. If he provoked a few more, he would have to seriously consider what position he should use when escaping. Qin Yu was confident in his own strength, but he wouldn't be arrogant. Just how vast was the vast Yang world? Even if he had many lucky chances and good fortune, That didn't mean there were no people stronger than him. Ruan Jing was a good example. Although he didn't attack in the end, and took the initiative to retreat, Qin Yu could still feel an intense aura coming from his body. Shaking his head, Qin Yu shook these thoughts away. He chose a new direction and rapidly flew away. Ruan Jing, who hadn't fallen out with Qin Yu, had fallen out with another person. Terrifying fluctuations of strength wildly shook the air, tumbling like a tide. Sword energy swept out, cutting down without end. Space was torn apart and tiny cracks appeared. An icy voice sounded out from the endless sword phantoms. Ruan Jing, if you continue to act crazily, don't blame me for being impolite. With his voice, a sword cry sounded out, instantly suppressing all the howling sword intent. Sharp, overbearing, all-conquering. Bang! Ruan Jing lifted a hand to shatter the sword light. His figure flashed backwards. He let out a long breath, a smile on his face. Nice, this feels great. Across from him, the countless sword phantoms instantly converged, submerging into a person's body. His sword was unsheathed afoot, his eyes cold and firm. His gaze fell on Ruan Jing and he said, "You were defeated by someone?" His voice was cold and hard. It was clear he wasn't good with words, but one could clearly sense the surprise in his voice. Ruan Jing nodded. "A strange fellow. I've never seen him before. He was very strong." He pulled out a book from his waist and patted it. "No, he was very strong." The sword cultivator's eyes brightened. He and Ruan Jing were old acquaintances and they even had some friendship. Otherwise, the battle just now wouldn't have ended so easily. Of course, it wasn't that their friendship was so deep that they could reconcile after falling out. The main reason was that neither of them could do anything to the other. Even if they fought, it would only be a waste of time and energy. But the sword cultivator had a deep understanding of Ruan Jing. This was a person who seemed gentle and elegant on the outside, but was actually a madman on the inside. And a madman was usually a mixture of pride and ruthlessness. Ruan Jing was especially so. To be able to defeat Ruan Jing and still be able to retreat unscathed, and even make him not dare to directly attack. This was absolutely a powerhouse. "Sword player, let's cooperate." Ruan Jing smiled. "If I am alone, I don't have the confidence to deal with Qin Yu. Oh, Qin Yu is the fellow I just mentioned. As a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he was known as a genius of the sword that only appeared once every 10,000 years. If anyone else dared to call Ling Xiao this, they would surely die a miserable death. But Ruan Jing had always called him this from the very beginning. The reason he could still jump around and even make Ling Xiao ignore him was because he was strong enough and his background was deep enough. Xiangzhang Academy's name wasn't too resounding, but its strength was terrifying. It had been passed down for countless years and had always been on par with the Heavenly Sword sect. "Not interested." Ling Xiao turned and walked away. Ruan Jing loudly said, "I know you are proud and you always kill people yourself. But this time is different. I am very interested in the woman on Qin Yu's back." He coughed. "Of course, it's not because of that, but because it is related to this mystic realm." Ling Xiao turned. "Really?" Ruan Jing said, "Of course. If it weren't for that, why would I provoke Qin Yu when I know he is tyrannically strong?" Ling Xiao fell silent. When he killed people, no matter how weak or strong the enemy was, he would always cut off their heads with his sword. This was his choice and also his way of the sword. Teaming up with others didn't go against his original intentions, but he certainly knew what was special about Ruan Jing. When one cultivated Xiangzhang Academy's Skyheart insight to large success, they could communicate with the heavens and earth and obtain all sorts of mysterious hints. Ruan Jing must have received a warning from the heavens and earth that he shouldn't be enemies with Qin Yu, thus he came to cooperate with him. Ling Xiao looked up. "I will kill him. You capture that woman." Ruan Jing smiled. "I knew you would say that. No problem. Afterwards, we will play a game of rock-paper-scissors to decide the prophet." Okay. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Qin Yu finally arrived at the place that the crystal heart pointed him to. It was a mountain. When Qin Yu saw its appearance, he was stunned. This was because its appearance was exactly the same as the carrier of the mystic realm in the land of chaos. It was also a stalactite-like mountain. Its surface was incomparably smooth, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding lush forests. When Qin Yu saw this mountain, he couldn't help but think, could it be that the one who entered today was a realm within a realm? This sort of situation also existed in the land of chaos. But not only were they few in number, but the level of the mystic realm wasn't high either. The reason was simple. The existence of a realm within a realm had extremely strict requirements. The higher the level of the mystic realm, the greater the strength it contained and the more difficult it was to form. But if it really was a realm within a realm, then Qin Yu would have to seriously consider the degree of danger in this mystic realm. Several gazes fell on Qin Yu from afar, cold and indifferent. There was also a bit of unconcealable surprise in their eyes. Those that could come here were mostly cultivators from the third floor of the ship. Even if they didn't know each other, they had at least met each other before and knew some information about each other. But Qin Yu was clearly not one of them. In particular, he was carrying the unconscious Master Yun on his back. This caused the gazes that fell on him to become even more strange. Qin Yu had already sensed these gazes. He was well aware that he wasn't the first person to arrive here. But since these people only watched from afar and didn't have any intention of provoking him, Qin Yu was happy to have some peace and quiet. In this current situation, it was unknown what would happen in the end. Preserving his strength was certainly the best choice. Qin Yu's figure flickered and he landed on a thick ancient tree. He chose a spacious area, untied Master Yun, and sat down cross-legged beside him. Qin Yu had already memorized the aura of the fire-bathing lineage. None of the cultivators here were from it. They hadn't arrived yet. This was also good. Qin Yu could make some more preparations. In addition to this, his chances of success would be higher. It was just that there were many cultivators here and none of them were easy to deal with. How to deal with them was also a problem. It would be best if he could fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, after a great battle, he would become the cicada in the mouth of the oriole. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Several more waves of cultivators arrived. As they saw the mountain outside, their complexions changed. Qin Yu casually swept his eyes over them. Since he couldn't find his target, he simply ignored them. At this moment, the unconscious Yun Shi suddenly began writhing about, and groans of agony escaped from his mouth. Between her eyebrows, the dark moon and crimson sun slowed down, showing signs of instability. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms, his sharp eyes sweeping around. The reason Master Yun's bloodline backlash had suddenly intensified was likely because she was influenced by external factors. Rumble, rumble, in the next moment, there was the sound of breaking air. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. In the skies, a blazing flame came howling down like a meteor. With just a glance, Qin Yu knew that the cultivator in this flame was the one he was waiting for. He was originally worried that this person would restrain his aura, but now it seemed he had been worrying too much. As long as he killed this person and fused with his bloodline, Master Yun would be able to survive. The flames fell to the ground. The earth rumbled and sunk in. Scorched earth splashed out in all directions and the temperature in the air rapidly rose. The bald burning wind walked out from the pit. As if sensing something, he turned to look at Qin Yu. Their gazes collided in the air. Chapter 1182. There were no sparks flying in all directions, nor were there any tit-for-tat confrontations. Flaming Wind and Qin Yu looked at each other for several breaths of time before withdrawing their gazes. But through this glance, Qin Yu was able to determine one thing. Burning Wind had already sensed some sort of aura from Master Yun's body. Most likely, it had something to do with the sudden agitation of the berserk bloodline in Yun Shi's body. Most likely, it was due to the resonance between the two bloodlines. This was unexpected. But perhaps it was because of the shielding effects of the dark moon and crimson sun that Burning Wind didn't sense his complete aura, or perhaps it was because he dreaded Qin Yu's existence. For the time being, nothing happened between the two sides. But once there was a chance, Qin Yu believed that Burning Wind would definitely make a move. Sure enough, plans couldn't keep up with changes. After this matter, it was impossible for Qin Yu to scheme against him. However, this was how the world was. Not everything would progress according to your expectations. There would always be changes and accidents. If he could accept it, he would accept it. If he couldn't, he could only accept it. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, but he soon composed himself. Since the situation had changed, he had to change his previous strategy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save Yunshi. On the other hand, Yunshi was likely to be the key to suppressing the primordial spirit of the myriad ant-hive nest. Flaming Wind of the lineage of fire looked into Qin Yu's eyes, and it did not escape the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. When they saw the two of them avert their gazes, they immediately felt disappointed. There were too many opponents, and the treasures in the mystic realm were destined to be limited. Of course, they would be happy to see a few of them being eliminated in a fight to the death. Unfortunately, they weren't stupid, and they wouldn't allow others to take advantage of them. At this moment, they did not know that the disappointment in their hearts would soon be dispelled. Even Qin Yu didn't expect that just as he was thinking about how he could kill this Baldy and save Master Yun, someone would already want his life. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The vast and endless sword shadows appeared at the end of one's line of sight. Their speed was astonishing, and their auras were monstrous. Heaven-reaching sword cultivator. Outside the secret realm, a cultivator released a low roar, his face revealing restraining fear. In terms of battle prowess, sword cultivators were definitely one of the strongest existences among cultivators. On the other hand, the heavenly sword Dao emphasized on killing with a single strike. It was the most ruthless and overbearing, taking the life of a person with a single strike. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, there were very few cultivators that were willing to provoke a heaven-piercing sword cultivator that could take one's life. Qin Yu. Suddenly, a cold shout came from the endless sword shadows. Burning Wind's heart stirred. Without any reason, he subconsciously looked up and his eyes fell on Qin Yu. His intuition told him that Ling Zhao's target was this person. Bang! Torrential sword shadows slashed down brazenly. The extremely sharp sword intent swept out majestically, as if it was going to split the secret realm itself. Ran Feng's eyes were bright. It really was him. Qin Yu lifted a hand and punched out. Wherever his fist landed, space twisted. It was like a boulder had fallen into a lake, causing turbulent waves to surge. It charged out in all directions, wrapping up the numerous sword shadows that were slashing down on him. The sword shadow collided with the distorted space, and a low rumbling sound rang out continuously. It was like thunder exploding in the depths of the earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. Ling Zhao's figure appeared. As he looked at Qin Yu, who was withdrawing his fist atop the ancient tree, a fierce fighting spirit surged in his eyes. "You really are strong." Although his previous sword strike was meant to probe, it was still full of murderous intent. Even an original God Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. Qin Yu hurriedly attacked. His fist shook the void, forming waves that swallowed all. Just this strike alone was extraordinary. "Who are you?" Heavenspan sword sex Ling Xiao. His tone was icy cold. He cupped his hands together. "Please enlighten me." Bang! The sword in his hand left its sheath. The humming of the sword instantly reverberated through the world. Outside the secret realm, the scattered cultivators all stared with wide eyes. Their excitement couldn't be concealed. If the cultivators that entered the land of chaos were ranked according to their fame, then Ling Zhao's name wasn't in the top 3. but in terms of unparalleled combat strength and bloodthirsty killing intent, he was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying existences. After being chosen by Ling Xiao, no one was optimistic about Qin Yu's fate. This was the impression that the sword cultivators of Heavenspan's sword sect had left on everyone through their glorious battle achievements. But they were still shaken. This was because Ling Xiao had drawn his sword. It had to be known that ever since Ling Xiao revealed his brilliance, the number of times he had drawn his sword could be counted on one hand. Every person that died beneath Ling Xiao's sword was an absolute powerhouse, but most of the time, it was only after the battle that Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was aroused that he drew his sword. But today, before the battle had even begun, Ling Xiao had already drawn his sword. Then there was only one explanation. His opponent was strong, so strong that even someone as arrogant as a Heavenspan sword sect cultivator had to bring out his full strength. Kill with everything you have. It would be best if both sides were wounded. As for why the two of them were fighting, no one knew nor did they want to know. As long as the result was beneficial to them, it was fine. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. It wasn't that he feared the sword cultivator in front of him, but that this inexplicable battle would ruin all of his plans. What was the reason? They had never met before, so why was Ling Xiao able to immediately call out his name and fight him without hesitation? For Ling Xiao to have his current cultivation, he definitely wasn't an idiot. Could it be that he didn't know that if he fought with Qin Yu right now, he would only be taken advantage of, unless there was enough benefit that he was willing to take the risk? Qin Yu's eyes fell on the unconscious Master Yun and his complexion darkened. He coldly said, "Ruan Jing, come out." With a chuckle, space twisted and a figure walked out. It was the blue-robed Ruan Jing, who held a scroll in his hand and had a gentle and elegant aura. As he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes were full of praise. "Sir Qin is truly a smart person. I, Ruan Jing, like to make friends with smart people the most. If you are willing to agree to our previous transaction, we can immediately bury the hatchet and become a legend. What does Sir Qin think?" It really was him. Qin Yu felt a bit of regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the risk to kill this person on the spot the first time they met. Today, he had joined forces with the Heavenspan sword sect cultivators. Perhaps things were about to spiral out of control. Agreeing was impossible. A ruthless light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. If this was the case, then he could only take a risk. Bang! In response to Ruan Jing, Qin Yu roared out and punched out. The phantom of a void abyss titan appeared behind him, rearing its head back and roaring. Ruan Jing's complexion changed. He crossed his arms and placed the scroll in front of him. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted. A golden page flew out from the scroll. It combusted on its own, leaving behind surging blue words. Space collapsed and Ruan Jing was sent flying away. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. He had indeed felt an intense threat from Qin Yu, otherwise he wouldn't have avoided him on his own initiative. But today, the might of this punch had far surpassed his expectations. It had actually forced the Academy's supreme treasure to damage a page in order to protect him. Bang! The longsword roared. Ling Xiao walked forwards without expression. "Qin Yu, your opponent is me." He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. There was no change in space, but an extremely strange and terrifying feeling welled up in the hearts of all the cultivators who witnessed this sword. It was as if as his sword fell, everything would be cut open and neatly split in half. Or even themselves. The moment this thought appeared, a trace of fear exploded in their hearts. They subconsciously took a step back and all the cultivators revealed looks of horror. What a terrifying sword strike! Burning Wind had a dignified expression. The depths of his eyes were crimson red, as if countless flames were burning within them. From this sword strike, he could feel a near-fatal threat. Sky-piercing sword cultivator. He truly lived up to his reputation. This person would be one of his most terrifying opponents in the mystic realm. Could this be an opportunity? After Ling Xiao killed Qin Yu, he would inevitably fall into a weakened state because of the loss. Burning Wind remained calm. The flames burning in his eyes quietly blazed even hotter. That's right, in the eyes of the descendants of the fire-bathing lineage, it was only natural for the sky-piercing sword cultivator who had slashed out such a terrifying sword strike to kill Qin Yu. Even if he was strong enough, this was because the level of this sword strike had risen to a boundary that neared the Tao. It was because of this that everyone who saw it felt such a terrifying feeling. Their strength might be equal, but the disparity in boundary could produce an astonishing eruption of strength. How could Qin Yu not die? It wasn't just Burning Wind who thought this. At this time, outside of the mystic realm, nearly every cultivator had the same thought. But Ling Xiao was an exception. This was the sky-piercing sword cultivator who had personally slashed out a terrifying sword strike and shocked the minds of all cultivators. As he looked at Qin Yu across from him, he didn't know why he didn't relax at all. Instead, as this sword slashed out, his mind became increasingly solemn, and there was even an invisible feeling of being suppressed. This sort of feeling was something he had never felt ever since he had glimpsed the gate and stepped into the path of the sword. Qin Yu attacked. Facing this sword strike that could pierce through all he did was raise his hand and point forwards. In the abyss, Qin Yu viewed the world. He saw the skies of the abyss and also the source of the abyss. Of course, he wasn't Liao Shi and he couldn't see clearly. But this didn't mean he didn't gain anything. He entered the deepest depths of the abyss, passed through the terrifying cold sea, entered the all-destroying vortex, and found light born in its depths. Then, he found the passage back to Vast Yang. In that passage, Qin Yu was placed between two great worlds. He was imprisoned by light and darkness, and he comprehended light and darkness as one. However, he didn't tell anyone that when he understood light and darkness, another terrifying thought emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. Vast Yang and the abyss, these two opposing worlds, just what sort of relationship did they have? If any cultivator who knew of the existence of Vast Yang and the abyss were to learn of this, they would surely regard Qin Yu as a madman. These were two completely opposing worlds, their attributes like fire and water. Of course, they could only be mortal enemies. But reality told Qin Yu that the thought that appeared in his mind was likely true. This was because what he obtained from observing the world in the abyss was still effective even after returning to Vast Yang. He could even feel that beneath the surface of the two worlds, there was an essential similarity between them. Of course, it wasn't completely the same. But to the current Qin Yu, it was more than enough. If a sword strike from a heaven-span sword cultivator could be said to be incomparably terrifying, as if all living things in the world would be cut to pieces, then Qin Yu's finger was absolutely ruthless and terrifying. Then, this finger of Qin Yu's was absolutely ruthless and terrifying. It could strike everything into the abyss of annihilation. As his fingertip fell, a clear fingerprint appeared in space. It shattered space, turning it pitch black. Then, with this fingerprint as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Then, an incomparably horrifying scene appeared. Space began to break apart, and this wasn't a small area. Like a mirror falling to the ground, it instantly shattered into countless pieces, forming a black space storm. It roared out like a broken dam. The spatial fragments wrapped around it were like pieces of ice, roaring out together with it, tearing everything to pieces. Qin Yu had a finger. Its name was the Azure Point. It could summon the wind and rain, it could summon heroic spirits, it could change the world, but in the end, this finger had transformed into a secret art of the Tao of space. Or, to be more precise, it was a slaughter art of the Tao of space. Perhaps in terms of pure strength, the Azure Point finger wasn't too powerful. But what it touched upon was the space laws that existed in all things. Thus, there was the horrifying scene of Qin Yu pointing out his finger and space shattering with a roar like a broken dam. A terrifying sword strike that could split apart the heavens, and earth sank into the space storm. Heaven-shaking rumbles echoed out before everything finally calmed down. It wasn't that the power of the space storm could easily destroy it, but that this terrifying sword strike had been banished by the space laws. Perhaps it had appeared in another distant world, releasing the remnants of its terrifying might. But this no longer had anything to do with Qin Yu. At this moment, the world fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes locked onto Qin Yu, their eyes wide with shock and horror. It was like they had seen a ghost. Of the cultivators that could appear here, none of them were mediocre. In fact, they could even be called outstanding elite. They didn't lack in strength or vision. They certainly knew what Qin Yu's strike represented of the space laws. They were known to be second only to the Tao of Time, a great Tao with unparalleled might. Vast Yang contained countless worlds, large and small like a chessboard. They were like islands dotting the vast sea. The divine realm cultivators within were like grains of sand in the eternal sea. They all had the qualifications to cultivate the great Tao of rules, but how many of them could touch upon the space laws? Let alone divine realm cultivators, even formidable original divinity realm cultivators that could perceive the space laws were extremely rare. But there was one thing that was without a doubt. Any cultivator that could perceive the space laws would be far stronger than those at the same level, and they would also have enviable potential. Today, it could be said that proud children of heaven had gathered in this mystic realm, but none of them were lucky enough to be able to control the power of space. This, how could anyone not be shocked? Space laws. In the void world, one of the several figures spoke out, his voice shaking. When one cultivated to their level, when there was no way forward, they began to understand just how terrifying the space and time laws were. Most importantly, besides great power, the space and time laws represented a kind of future potential. The Tao of Time was ethereal. Besides rulers, almost no one could control it. As for the space great Tao, the several gathered here were only at the beginning. And this was because they had the help of their realms. They were able to connect with the heavens and earth, slowly accumulating their gains. It was completely different from directly comprehending it. There was almost no potential for growth, and it would be difficult to advance in the future. Everyone, if you hand this person to me, I am willing to withdraw from today's struggle, a figure slowly said. Just as he finished speaking, there was a cold laugh in everyone's ears. Venerable Xian's plan is quite good. Does he think that we don't know the value of the space laws? The spirit bodies of the profound bright world, even if they fully mature, cannot compare to the space laws in terms of value. The void world fell silent. No one spoke, but their eyes were filled with heat. Chapter 1183. Qin Yu didn't know that because of the azure finger, many eyes had locked onto him and he had triggered the greatest crisis of his life. If he didn't handle this matter properly, what awaited him would be an incomparably miserable fate. Of course, this was all in the future. Right now, as he stared at the sword cultivator across from him, he could feel fear in his eyes. Even someone as strong as the sword cultivator with a firm will was intimidated by the power of space that Qin Yu erupted with. The other cultivators couldn't avoid it. And this was Qin Yu's goal. In order to seal away Master Yun's aura and extend her life, he was far from his peak condition. Once he fell into a fierce battle with the sword cultivator, there was a high chance of complications occurring. Moreover, there was also Xiangzhang Academy's Ruan Jing who was watching from the side. From how he gathered the sword cultivator to join forces with him, one could see this person's character. He was absolutely capable of bullying others with numbers. In order to intimidate everyone, they wouldn't dare to recklessly attack. As long as he could persist until his soul manifested in the mystic realm, everyone's attention would be diverted away. In normal circumstances, Qin Yu's plan had a high chance of success. It could even be said that with things having reached this step, he was already halfway to success. But what he didn't know was that many years ago, because of an accidental harvest, Ruan Jing had also touched upon the surface of the space laws. Since it was only the surface, it was extremely shallow and couldn't provide any substantial help to his strength. But the space laws were the space laws. After this matter was confirmed, it was immediately sealed off and Ruan Jing became one of the core disciples of Xiangzhang Academy. It was only by pouring resources into his cultivation that he had his current cultivation. The only regret was that Ruan Jing's space laws were obtained through an external object. Although he had diligently cultivated them these past years, he hadn't been able to cross the threshold. Even he himself, as the years passed, gradually gave up on his ambition to truly control the space laws. But now, in Qin Yu's battle with Ling Xiao, Ruan Jing actually saw a strike of the space laws. In that moment, as everyone fell into a state of shock, a flame ignited in his heart, crazily burning his mind. Kill Qin Yu and take away his space laws. If it were anyone else, it would be nearly impossible to succeed. But Ruan Jing had a chance. Even if the chances weren't high, it was enough for Ruan Jing to risk everything. So, as Qin Yu awed all the cultivators outside the mountain, Ruan Jing brazenly attacked. His target was Qin Yu, but his target was the unconscious Yunshi. Qin Yu valued her enough to be a powerful bargaining chip. It would be difficult for him to kill Qin Yu by himself, but there was no lack of powerhouses here, and the premise was that he needed enough benefits to drive them to surround and kill Qin Yu. After all, if he wasn't able to kill an enemy that had grasped the laws of space today, then it would definitely become a great calamity for him in the future. Yunshi was the key. Bang! Space suddenly collapsed, swallowing Master Yun within. Before Qin Yu could even react in anger, Ruan Jing actually dared to move. She thrust a hand in and pulled Master Yun out. In front of a cultivator who had grasped the laws of space, using spatial means to capture someone was naturally an extremely foolish thing to do. But in reality, Ruan Jing had done it on purpose. He only wanted to attract the attention of the crowd, not to capture Master Yun. Everyone, Ruan Jing swears on the honor of Zhang Academy that this woman beside Qin Yu is hiding an enormous secret on her body. It is something that you and I both want to obtain in this mystic realm. If we don't take this woman away or kill her, then we're destined to gain nothing in this secret realm. Everyone's complexions changed. He swore on the honor of Zhang Academy that Ruan Jing wouldn't dare to speak nonsense. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to withstand the consequences. And more importantly, besides this possibility, no one could figure out why Ruan Jing would act at this time. After all, everyone had witnessed Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes. Unless he had nowhere else to retreat, he had no other choice. Most cultivators didn't understand why this trip to the land of chaos had attracted so many famous young powerhouses. But in the end, there were some people who knew some inside information. And what was even more coincidental was that almost everyone who knew was gathered here. Thinking back to the strict instructions they had received before leaving, it was easy for them to understand Ruan Jing must have made some sort of promise or obtained the promise of some great figure. Only then would he be willing to take such a risk. With this as a background, everyone believed most of Ruan Jing's words. If this wasn't the case, then why would Qin Yu keep bringing an unconscious woman with him? He must have known about it. Then, everyone's eyes turned dignified. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. He hadn't hesitated to expose the space laws to intimidate everyone, but if it involved his own interests, then that was a different test. None of these people in front of him dared to face him alone, but what if they joined forces? The space laws were strong, but they weren't strong enough to completely roll over them. And as he thought, Qin Yu could feel a trace of eagerness in the dignified eyes of those around him. If they didn't have something as profound as the space laws, then why would he have it? This involved some dark thoughts, but they still existed. Moreover, they were one of the most important factors influencing everyone's decision. Ruan Jing was well aware that everyone was tempted. The only thing they lacked now was a turning point. Just as he was secretly clenching his teeth, not hesitating to take the risk of being the first to attack and surround Qin Yu, someone else spoke up. This voice was cold and gloomy. Qin Yu, you actually dared to kill someone from my Sly Fate clan. No matter who you are, you must die. Traces of blood-red light gushed out from nothingness, circling around Qin Yu. They constantly twisted, condensing into fierce ghost faces. On the back of Qin Yu's hand, the blood mole that had shrunk to a point was activated. Countless blood runes drilled out and wildly spread outwards. At the same time, a horrifying feeling erupted from the depths of his heart. In the next moment, an extremely cold Yin aura exploded in his soul. Like howling ice blades, they wanted to cut Qin Yu's soul into countless pieces and sever all his life force. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu's complexion paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and punched out. His fist collided with the palm that drilled out from space. There was a stuffy cough and an explosion occurred. The pale-faced hooking soul was sent tumbling backwards. He stared at Qin Yu, shock in his eyes. Soul treasure. The strength that broke into Qin Yu's soul only erupted for a moment before it lost contact with him. Hooking soul licked his lips, his tongue turning even redder. Ruan Jing, let's join forces to kill him. I only want this treasure. The Sly Fate clan was known to control the fate of life and death. And all of this was established on the basis that one had a sufficiently powerful soul. If he could obtain the soul treasure in Qin Yu's hands, Hooking Soul was confident his strength would rise to another level in a short period of time. He might even be able to touch upon the Yama King realm. I don't care who the soul treasure belongs to. But, fellow Taoist Qin Yu, you must explain why the woman beside you has the bloodline of my fire-bathing clan flowing through her body. The bald Burning Wind stepped forwards, staring at Master Yun in Qin Yu's arms. Because she had been ambushed by the Sly Fate clan's soul-severing technique just now, there had been a pause in the supply of strength, and the revolving of the dark moon and crimson sun had also stopped. Although she had quickly recovered, there was still a trace of her aura that Burning Wind had captured. He was finally able to determine that the aura he felt in that mountain valley that day was that of Master Yun. And Qin Yu was that mysterious and unknown powerhouse. The situation suddenly reversed. From the moment Ruan Jing attacked, in a short period of time, 3 cultivators had stepped forward in front of Qin Yu. Xiangzhang Academy's Ruan Jing. Sly Fate clan's Hooking Soul. Fire-bathing lineage's Burning Wind. If one were to be added on top of the Skysplit Sword Sect's Ling Xiao, who had cooperated with Ruan Jing, then nearly all of the peak powerhouses here had taken action. The atmosphere changed once more. Qin Yu was strong, but no matter how strong he was, there was absolutely no way he could contend with 4 proud sons of heaven joining forces. In other words, there was a high probability that today he would die. As the saying went, when a wall was down, everyone would push on it, when a broken drum would be beaten by others. Everyone that originally had a bit of fear in their hearts now had icy coldness appear in their eyes. In the end, killing Qin Yu was in line with everyone's interests. Feeling the icy gazes on him, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He never expected that the situation would develop to this step. Even if he risked his life, he didn't think he could contend with these people in front of him. Even if he could kill a few of them, it would be hard for him to escape death in the end. The voice of the old turtle suddenly sounded out in his mind. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stepped forwards and laughed. This sudden action left everyone startled. They didn't know what Qin Yu meant, and their movements paused for a moment. It looks like everyone has made up their mind to surround and kill me today? Then bring it on. Qin Yu's laughter faded. He roared out loud, I certainly cannot kill everyone here today, but dragging a few people to the grave with me isn't difficult at all. Killing intent overflowed in all directions. From these words, everyone could feel an incomparably thick and nearly tangible blood stench. Their complexions changed once more. Even Burning Wind and Hooking Soul, who were standing in front, subconsciously shrank their pupils, revealing a trace of vigilance. Moreover, no matter what background Qin Yu came from, for his cultivation to reach his current level, he inevitably had a stroke of luck. Who knew what cards he had in his hands? On the surface, it looked like he was at a disadvantage, and there was no way he could escape from being surrounded and killed. But if he really was in a hopeless situation, it was hard to say whether or not he would be dragged down with him. In particular, it was because of their stance that the situation had worsened, causing Qin Yu to end up in his current state. If he had to say who he hated the most, it would be them. Ruan Jing cursed inwardly. This group of fellows had actually been frightened by Qin Yu's crude methods. If everyone joined forces to kill him, just how many methods could Qin Yu use? Before he could even counterattack, he would be killed on the spot. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to wake everyone up, he saw Qin Yu suddenly lift a hand and point a finger at him. Ruan Jing had personally witnessed the might of the boundless blue finger and the chaotic flows of space that it caused. The more he envied it, the more he feared it. His complexion changed and he stormed backwards. But everything remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Qin Yu had simply pointed at him. Ruan Jing's face alternated between white and blue. Qin Yu lightly said, "I'll remember you." Ruan Jing's complexion changed. "This is bad, he wants to escape." His reaction was quick, but it was already too late. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a cold sneer. As he spoke, he had already rushed out. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he didn't flee. Instead, he carried Master Cloud on his back and flew towards the mountain in the sea. Kacha, a crack appeared on the surface of the mountain. Qin Yu and Master Cloud instantly submerged within. Chapter 1184. Before this, Qin Yu was worried that if he really was in a boundary within a boundary, then he would have to re-evaluate the dangers and be more careful. But when he was sure of this, he was the first to enter the realm within the realm when it first opened. This was the so-called ever-changing affairs of the world. After all, if he hadn't rushed in, he wouldn't have been far from death. The moment he flew into the crack, Qin Yu had made countless assumptions about what would happen next. But he never expected that what awaited him would be a blow to the head. There was a buzzing sound in his head, like it was wrapped in several layers of cloth and pressed down by a large stone. It was heavy and oppressive. This was a suppression on the level of the soul, forcing all of his senses back into his body. Before Qin Yu could adapt to this discomfort, there was a light pop and he felt as if he had landed on solid ground. He had already entered. A moment later, Qin Yu was able to determine that he was in a maze. That's right, this was a maze. At this time, Qin Yu was standing at a turning point in a passage. This passage branched off into countless forks, each one going in a different direction. And Qin Yu had made similar choices several times before. Every fork looked the same on the surface. In a situation where his divine sense couldn't leave his body, he could only rely on his eyes and intuition. Or, to put it more bluntly, he relied on luck. This was because what the eyes could see wasn't necessarily correct. Moreover, these passages weren't straight but curved. What the naked eye could see was only a small distance. Which direction should he go? Qin Yu looked around but didn't find anything. Since there was no way to choose, he could only follow his intuition. But this time, his intuition was wrong. Not long after entering the passage, Qin Yu heard a light buzzing sound in his ears. His complexion changed. Without hesitation, he exerted strength in his feet and his speed instantly rose. In the next moment, where Qin Yu was originally standing, the walls of the passage cracked open. Dark yellow mosquitoes with dark red eyes rushed out. They indeed looked like mosquitoes, but their bodies had expanded dozens of times. Each one was the size of an adult's fist, and they had long and sharp mouthparts that flashed with an icy cold light. Pairs of dark red eyes locked onto the wildly running Qin Yu. Their eyes were ice cold and their killing intent nearly condensed into essence. Their wings rapidly flapped, humming in the air. The mosquitoes rushed out like lightning. Qin Yu soon discovered that with his current speed it was impossible for him to escape. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stepped forwards, causing the tunnel to shake. But it was unknown just what sort of material it was made of, but it didn't shatter under Qin Yu's attack. In fact, there wasn't even a crack on it. But this didn't mean that Qin Yu's kick was ineffective. Rather, it caused the might of this strike to be greatly enhanced. The force that entered the passageway was rebounded, hitting the other side of the passageway, forming a second rebound, then a third, a fourth. Although the force would be weakened with each rebound, its power was still considerable. This gave rise to many intersecting and shaking waves in the tunnel, swallowing up all the flying mosquitoes that were chasing him. As it turned out, mosquitoes were just mosquitoes. Even if their bodies expanded dozens of times, they still couldn't get rid of their weak nature. In the blink of an eye, countless flying mosquitoes were smashed into pieces by the shockwave. The smell of blood permeated the air. Surprise flashed in his eyes. The strength of these mosquitoes was far weaker than he had imagined, but he could clearly feel a threat from them. Otherwise, when he heard the buzzing sound, he wouldn't have accelerated to escape without hesitation. If it was only at this level, then what did it matter if there were 10 times more of them? He could easily take them all in with a few punches and kicks. But soon, Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because the smell of blood in the air was rapidly weakening. Not only that, but the scarlet color that filled the air was also rapidly fading, as if it was being absorbed by something. Then, there was a series of muffled piu sounds, like the sound of a long knife that was not very sharp cutting into thick cowhide, revealing a sense of difficulty. There was nothing in the tunnel except for the flying mosquitoes that were chasing him. This sound was naturally the sound of the shockwaves tearing them apart. But this sound hadn't been there before. In other words, in a short period of time, the physical strength of these flying mosquitoes had increased at an astonishing rate. Thinking about the disappearance of the smell of blood and blood in the air, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. If this was really the case, then he was in great trouble. Reality proved that Qin Yu's premonition was correct. He was indeed in trouble. When the blood energy that filled the tunnel disappeared, the number of flying mosquitoes was reduced by over half. But the ones that survived had undergone tremendous changes. Their bodies didn't swell, but countless blood-red lines appeared on their earthen yellow outer shell, perhaps because they had absorbed the blood energy. Their dark red eyes were much more spirited than before, and the icy coldness within them was much thicker. Their wings flapped even faster. They left behind afterimages as they crazily rushed towards Qin Yu. Fear of death, they didn't exist. It was as if they didn't know that there was such an emotion as fear in this world. Although he had already determined that the more he killed them, the stronger the remaining flying mosquitoes would become, his intuition told him that he absolutely couldn't let them approach him. The best method was to find a way to get rid of them. He lifted a hand and punched out. Then, without any pause, Qin Yu punched out a second time, a third time. Wild strength erupted like a volcano, sweeping through the entire tunnel and submerging the flying mosquitoes. After finishing this, Qin Yu didn't pause at all. He didn't even look at the damage caused by these 3 punches. He turned and walked away, raising his speed to the limit. The rumbling sounds behind him and the howling of the flying mosquitoes soon vanished from sight. But Qin Yu didn't dare to be careless. He passed through 3 more turning points and entered a tunnel that he didn't even know the direction of. Only then did he relax a little. It seemed that his plan had succeeded. Otherwise, if he were to be entangled here, who knew just how terrifying those flying mosquitoes would become in the end? As he thought of their sharp mouths, Qin Yu's forehead tightened. He shook his head, dispelling the horrifying images in his mind. He couldn't let his imagination run wild. What if it came true later? He arrived at another turning point. Qin Yu stopped. His eyes swept around and he suddenly frowned. The number of forks had decreased. Even though he had walked all the way here, all the passages were the same and he couldn't make any effective distinctions. But Qin Yu continued to calculate. Before this, the number of forks he had passed through had been between 9 and 12, never exceeding this range. But now, Qin Yu had counted 3 times and determined that he wasn't seeing things. There were only 7 passages. Did this mean that he had stumbled into the next level of the maze? The decrease in the number of passages meant that the range of choices had shrunk. Besides that, what else was there? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu helplessly sighed. Besides the decrease in number, everything else was the same. Then, he could only use the old method and rely on his intuition and luck. The flying mosquitoes experience made Qin Yu realize that his luck was only average. Should he do the opposite? If he chose the worst one, then perhaps he would be fine. In the end, Qin Yu chose the passage that he felt was the safest and the least problematic. There was nothing he could do about it. He looked at the passage several times and felt that it was the worst, but he wasn't in the mood to enter it. But this time, Qin Yu seemed to have chosen the right one. The passage was safe, at least for the time being. As a meticulous and cautious person who didn't miss out on details, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't forget to calculate the length of the passage. If the number of passages decreased and the length didn't change, then he would soon arrive at the next turning point. Sure enough, the turning point appeared at the end of his line of sight. Qin Yu revealed a gratified expression. People had to believe in themselves. He had to remember this in the future. Qin Yu's figure rushed out of the passage and entered the turning point. His previous experience told him that while the inside of the maze was dangerous, it should be safe here. Before Qin Yu could relax a bit, he suddenly tensed up. At this turning point there was actually something else. A statue. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was a tall and mighty figure. It wore armor and held a large saber in its hand, and its appearance was dignified and dignified. As Qin Yu looked at it, the statue blinked and said, "I never thought that someone would arrive here so quickly. Moreover, it doesn't seem like he's injured at all. Boy, your luck is quite good." Qin Yu's expression was wooden. He really didn't know what to say. This was clearly a statue in front of him, without the slightest trace of life. Qin Yu was certain of this. But now, not only was he speaking, but his expression had also become lively, as if he were amazed. "What the hell?" The statue lightly coughed and moved its body. With cracking sounds, it took several steps back and forth. "As you can see, I am a statue, not a ghost." After saying that, he raised his hand and rubbed his chin. His knuckles rubbed against his chin, making cracking sounds. "However, strictly speaking, I'm no different from a ghost. Living in this place, I'm afraid I'm more miserable than a ghost." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Your Excellency," before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. The statue took out a large saber that shined with a cold light. "Don't ask. Even if you ask, I can't tell you. Since we've come here, either I chop you to death or you destroy me. Only one of us can survive. Even though I've been tired of living for a long time, I'm in a position where I have to take care of my own affairs. I can't just sit around and do nothing, right? I've said enough nonsense. Let's get started." After it finished speaking, it slashed out with its saber. Just now, as he watched the statue move, he had heard light cracking sounds that gave off a strange feeling. He originally thought that it wouldn't be too fast, but he discovered that he was wrong. Either the cracking sounds didn't affect it, or this thing was deliberately pretending. Its saber strike could not be described with just the word fast. If it weren't for Qin Yu not relaxing his guard and instinctively taking a step back the moment it attacked, perhaps he would have lost half his head by now. Because his reaction was so fast, the tip of his nose almost touched the saber blade. An icy chill suddenly exploded in Qin Yu's heart, causing his complexion to change. He had been numbed. Who would have thought that the statue warrior that had always been long-winded and didn't attack would suddenly attack so fiercely? Your reaction is quite fast, but this is only the first strike. The statue warrior laughed out loud. It didn't pause in the slightest as it pulled back its blade and pushed forward with a flip of its hand. From this push, Qin Yu could feel the same feeling he had when he faced the heavenly sword Sek's sword, a feeling that was close to the Tao. A dead object could actually slash out such a terrifying saber strike. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He drew back once more. The turning point wasn't too large, and not too far behind him was the passage. In just a breath of time, Qin Yu would be able to enter. It was the same as when he faced the flying mosquito. If he didn't want to meet it head-on, he could just throw it off. Since this statue warrior had remained here the entire time, that meant it likely had a restricted range of movement. Whether or not this was true, Qin Yu didn't have absolute confidence. But he would know once he tried. But before Qin Yu could truly enter the passage, the statue warrior with terrifying saber skills suddenly said, "You guessed correctly. I cannot leave this place, but if you don't defeat me." Its lips curved up. "Then prepare to stay here and accompany me." Schwa, as Qin Yu rapidly moved through the passage, he soon understood the meaning of the statue warrior's words. Looking at the end of the passage, at the statue that was holding a saber and smiling at him, Qin Yu's complexion paled. Chapter 1185. Your complexion is quite scary. If you don't want to face reality, then you can just turn around and run back. The statue warrior wickedly smiled. It waved the saber in its hands. In any case, I lack everything here but time. Qin Yu turned and walked away. It was impossible for him to believe the statue warrior's words. But reality was always so cruel. It didn't give him any hope at all. Looking at the end of the passage and the statue warrior lazily sitting on the ground, Qin Yu's heart sank. It seemed that this statue wasn't lying. He really was trapped in some sort of sealed ring. Unless he broke through the shackles, he wouldn't be able to leave. And the key to the shackles was this statue warrior in front of him. If he killed it, then he could break through it. "Hey, what a coincidence, we meet again." The statue warrior slapped the saber in its hands, causing it to ring loudly. "Have you calmed down yet? If you still haven't given up, then feel free to toss and turn around a bit more. I can patiently wait for you." At this point, it could be determined that his plan to escape had failed. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the turning point. Without hesitation, he stepped forwards. "You're serious? Haha, it's best if you can kill me. These days are just too boring." This was what the statue warrior said. It really did want to die, but it didn't hold back at all. Its saber instantly cut through the air. It wasn't that it didn't want to go easy on Qin Yu, but that it couldn't do so. From the day it was born, this was the only will that had been engraved into its body. Thinking about it carefully, the statue warrior was in a pitiful state. Even if it wanted to die, it would have to meet someone stronger than it. Bang! The turning point wasn't very big, and suddenly, there was a deafening roar. The deafening roar reverberated in the air. As Qin Yu was fighting the statue warrior, the cultivators that followed behind him also fell into a chaotic melee. If Qin Yu could see the situation these people were facing right now, he would be surprised to find that his luck was so good. All sorts of messy tricks that he hadn't encountered before were now blooming in the midst of these cultivators, beating them until they cried out for their parents. Those that cried out for their parents were the strong ones. This was because those with poor cultivations didn't even have time to cry out before they lost their lives. Of course people would die. Otherwise, wouldn't it ruin the great reputation of the boundary within the boundary? In the eyes of the crowd, this was normal. After entering the land of chaos, no matter how confident they were in themselves, they were more or less prepared to die here. That being said, some of the killer moves in the maze were too terrifying. Among them, the most terrifying were the two red mosquitoes that were the size of an adult's arm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these two beasts had skin of iron and bones of copper. They were immune to most normal attacks. In addition, the speed at which they flapped their wings was frighteningly fast. Basically, by the time you heard their buzzing sound, your heart would be deflated. Nearly half of the cultivators who died in the maze were killed by these two beasts. Their long and sharp mouthparts were enough to make one's face pale. It wasn't until the two flying mosquitoes locked onto Skirich's sword cultivator that he met his match for the first time. The two sides fought fiercely. In this crisis, the Skirich sword cultivator slashed out a terrifying sword strike. Its might was even more terrifying than the sword strike he sent at Chinyu before. The flying mosquito that approached was cut in half, dying on the spot. The other flying mosquito was also cut in half. But no one imagined that the true horror had only just arrived. The dead flying mosquito's corpse exploded, turning into a mass of scarlet blood energy that howled out and wrapped around the severely wounded flying mosquito. After several breaths of time, when all of the blood energy was absorbed, the only remaining flying mosquito had transformed into a nearly crimson crystal. Soon, the Skirich sword cultivator ran away with a broken arm. Half of his body was withered, and he looked like a fierce ghost. After this battle, the blood crystal mosquitoes became a taboo existence in the maze. Every cultivator that saw them fled. Everyone was panic-stricken and gnashing their teeth. They definitely wouldn't have imagined that the blood crystal mosquitoes that they regarded as a nightmare were strictly speaking created by Chinyu. They had joined forces to kill Chinyu and forced him into the middle realm. But now, the bloody slaughter of the blood crystal mosquitoes had occurred. Perhaps this was fate. However, no matter how terrifying the blood crystal mosquitoes were, there were only a small minority of cultivators that encountered them. As time passed, they fumbled their way through the maze. There were always some lucky people that managed to break into the next level. In other words, there were fewer turning points where the passages diverged. Then, they discovered that the difficulty of surviving had suddenly risen to a whole new level. Groups of fearless puppets began to drill out from the passages. They wielded sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, all of them different. But their coordination was perfect. They were like an army that surrounded and beat up the cultivators that rushed in. They could only flee in panic like stray dogs. But there were also some people with similar luck as Chinyu. It wasn't long before they encountered a talkative statue that wielded an incomparably fierce saber. It was like they were locked in a cage. They could only desperately fight it, otherwise they wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Chinyu had come in earlier than them and his luck was also better. Even though he hadn't realized this, he still hadn't realized it. But this was a fact. When most of these cultivators were chased around by the puppets and a small number of lucky ones managed to encounter a saber-wielding statue, Chinyu's slaughter had already come to an end. The statue warrior was indeed fierce. Although it seemed fragile, the truth was that it possessed an extremely potent defensive ability. Chinyu pointed 3 times at the same place and tore open a wound on its chest. Then, he punched out, widening the wound. The statue warrior's body broke in half and its bright eyes dimmed. Of course, Chinyu also paid a price for this. There were 2 saber wounds on his body. Although his flesh was taut, traces of blood still seeped out and his face paled. Space laws. The statue warrior threw away the saber in its hand and plopped down on the ground. It carefully straightened its broken body with its hand. I never thought that with your cultivation, you would be able to perceive such a supreme great Tao. Even if you die, it wouldn't be a loss. After coughing twice with difficulty, the statue warrior lowered its head and looked at itself. It adjusted its sitting posture to look even taller and mightier. Only then did it sigh in satisfaction. After that, its eyes flickered for a moment, then flickered again, and then completely extinguished. A tremor erupted from an inflection point. The surrounding scenery immediately changed. The 7 forks merged into one, forming a single channel. Chinyu thought for a moment and then cupped his hands together towards the statue warrior. 3 fingers struck the same spot. Although Qin Yu had used the blue point finger that contained the space laws, with the statue warrior's strength, it wasn't necessarily impossible for it to dodge. After being struck 3 times in a row, perhaps in terms of strength erupting, it hadn't been lenient at all. It had left Qin Yu with 2 terrifying saber wounds that were deep enough to break bones, causing his face to pale white. But there was still a bit of deliberate intent behind this. It really did want to die. The old turtle shadow shook. Of course, this wasn't his name, but that didn't matter. A name was only a symbol. Then, there was the statue warrior that had fallen completely silent in front of him. Strictly speaking, in Qin Yu's not too short life, he had only encountered 2 existences that wished for death to arrive. Perhaps in their eyes, death was the only release. Kacha, cracks began to appear at the inflection point, constantly spreading outwards. Qin Yu sighed. It really was impossible to stay here and recuperate. As the master of the maze, it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. Qin Yu turned and flew into the channel. Although he didn't know where it connected to, since it was the only way out, unless he wanted to stay here forever, he could only explore it himself. But this time, he discovered that his caution was meaningless. This was because the channel was extremely calm. After reaching the end, a grand courtyard appeared in front of him. Although it was peaceful and tranquil, standing in front of this courtyard, Qin Yu revealed a dignified expression. Could this be the place where the soul bodies of the mystic realm resided? Had he already arrived at the core area of the maze? The wind blew and rustled the leaves, causing them to rustle against each other. Apart from that, there was only silence. This was true silence. Qin Yu could clearly hear his own footsteps and the beating of his heart. Chapter 1186. There were stone lions in front of the courtyard, vivid and lifelike as if they were alive. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the door, full of dignity and majesty. Qin Yu glanced at them and couldn't help but take another look. He walked over and touched them, his complexion changing. Cultivator resonated with the world. After their magic power was used up, they needed to absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy to recover. As one's boundary rose, the magic power within one's body became increasingly robust. Although the absorption speed increased, it still required a great deal of time to recover. If it was a daily cultivation, it wouldn't matter if it was a bit slow. But what if it was a battle? The speed at which one's magic power was restored could determine life or death. Thus, there were options outside of conventional methods to restore one's magic power. For instance, there were recovery pills and spirit stones. In fact, with Qin Yu's current boundary, ordinary spirit stones were meaningless to him. The amount of spiritual energy contained within them was nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to what he needed to restore his magic power. But this was only referring to ordinary quality. For instance, these 2 stone lions in front of him were made from a special material that Qin Yu had never come into contact with before. They were also spirit stones. If they had to be divided into grades, they could be called Peerless Grade. The moment he touched them just now, Qin Yu could clearly feel the pure and astonishing amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy contained within. According to Qin Yu's calculations, just a palm-sized piece would be enough for him to restore all of his magic power. As for these 2 stone lions in front of him, he would likely be able to cut them into several hundred pieces. This was a massive amount of wealth. Not to mention anything else, but with these 2 stone lions in hand, it would be extraordinarily difficult to exhaust Qin Yu's strength when he fought with his life on the line. As long as he could hold on, he could even exhaust his opponent to death. Good things, of course they were good things, but such good things were placed right in front of him. Was this normal? Moreover, Qin Yu could sense no shackles or traps. These 2 stone lions, no, they should be called Peerless Grade Spirit Stone Lions. They seemed as if he could take them away as long as he stretched out his hand. This was like a meat pie falling from the heavens. Qin Yu glanced at the tightly shut door, and took a deep breath to suppress his desires. This was a realm within a realm in the depths of the land of chaos. There was a mysterious and powerful soul hidden here. Who knew if there would be any problems? The two lions were placed here. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. At the very least, he needed to investigate the condition of this courtyard. With this thought in mind, he walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. The courtyard door opened silently without any obstruction. A magnificent front courtyard appeared in his sight. But soon Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the scenery, because he saw many, many treasures. At the entrance, just a few dozen feet away from him, there was an orchid in full bloom. A faint fragrance wafted out, stimulating his sense of smell. He subconsciously took a deep breath. He felt his spirits rise and his soul begin to stir. Then, an intense desire spread out from him. Although he didn't know what species this orchid was, there was no doubt that it was a powerful soul treasure. And this was just an extremely ordinary example within his field of vision. This was because there were many, many things similar to orchids. A blade of grass in the flower bed, a vine that climbed up the wall in the corner of the courtyard, and an unknown yellow flower that swayed gently in the wind on the rockery all released an alluring aura. Qin Yu never imagined that as he focused his mind and pushed open the door, he would actually open a treasure trove. And right now, he was at the entrance of the treasure trove. The door was already open. As long as he wanted to, all of this would be his. Cultivators defied the heavens and changed their fate. They pursued to constantly become stronger, to contend with fate, and to walk out a wonderful life that belonged solely to them. And in the end, the degree of brilliance and the length of one's life was determined by one's cultivation. Thus, the pursuit of greater strength was an uncontrollable instinct of all cultivators. Now, facing the treasures in this courtyard, Qin Yu could clearly feel the powerful impact of this instinct. Even with Qin Yu's shrewdness, he still couldn't help but feel his throat go dry. A blazing light instinctively appeared in the depths of his eyes. There were no spells or traps. They were placed in front of him. He only needed to stretch out his hand and he could reach them. Qin Yu could confirm that this wasn't an illusion. Everything he experienced was real. But why? Could it be that what he thought was true? Was this the lair of a powerful soul body within the boundary, thus the reason there were these treasures? Even so, there shouldn't be no defenses. Or, could it be that this soul body never imagined that someone would be able to break into this place? Qin Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Something was wrong. He thought of the saber-wielding warrior that had died and turned into a statue. Its existence was clearly a test. As long as one passed through it, a channel would be opened and they would arrive here. In other words, everything was arranged by the master of the labyrinth. Could this courtyard be a reward for those who passed? Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows, bitterly smiling inwardly. This wasn't some kind of test where there would be a prize if he passed. Moreover, even if there was a reward, it was impossible for it to be generous to such a degree. It had to be known that what Qin Yu saw was only the stone lions outside the door and the front courtyard in front of him. The value of the treasures he saw left his heart trembling, nearly making it hard for him to control himself. But compared to the entire courtyard, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. It might not even occupy 1% of the entire courtyard. If the interior of this courtyard was the same as what he saw in front of him, just thinking about it caused Qin Yu's breathing to become rough. No, there was a problem. There had to be a problem here. Qin Yu could feel his heart pounding in his chest. A sense of unease began to grow in his heart. There was no reason, it was just a powerful intuition. In fact, Qin Yu wasn't the only one with this intuition. The old turtle suddenly said, "Master, it's best if you don't touch anything in this courtyard." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Why? The old turtle hesitated for a moment. "I don't know, but I feel like something is wrong." He paused for a moment. "Perhaps you can try to take one of them. I will carefully sense it." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He walked over to the orchid. As he got closer, the fragrance it emitted became even richer. He subconsciously licked his lip. He reached out and grabbed the orchid, pulling it out with a bit of force. "Stop!" the old turtle screamed. Qin Yu instantly let go and stepped back. His body tensed up. He was ready to attack at any moment. Everything was calm. The orchid gently swayed in front of him, the wind carrying its fragrance. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "What is it?" "The smell of a contract." The old turtle's voice tightened. "Just now, when Master grabbed it, I felt the power of a contract. As long as you grab the orchid, it will belong to you. Then, a contract will be opened. I don't know what the content of the contract is, but it's best if you don't try it." Qin Yu keenly grasped the crux of the matter. "What are you afraid of?" Although the old turtle feared death as the shadow of the abyss, he was destined to possess all sorts of mystical and formidable abilities. Ordinary methods were useless against him. If one didn't have a bit of true ability, then even if they stretched out their head for you to chop it off, you still wouldn't be able to harm the old turtle in the least. This sort of old turtle feared death, but first you had to have the capital to make him afraid. Now, Qin Yu could feel the fear in the emotions of the old turtle. "I don't dare to hide anything from Master. That smell of a contract just now made me feel a formidable threat. This is why I warned you not to try it. Do not touch anything in this courtyard. For them to appear here, there must be some unspeakable secret." Qin Yu's complexion became increasingly dignified. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He thought back to the two top spirit stone lions outside the door. Luckily, he had been cautious enough not to touch them, otherwise things would have been far more troublesome. All right, as he thought, he didn't even need to think about the rewards for clearing the trial. Even if they did exist, there was definitely some poisonous bait hidden somewhere. Since he had determined that this courtyard in front of him wasn't some good place, then no matter how many treasures there were, it was meaningless. Qin Yu decided to leave this place. He tightened his grip on the unconscious Yunshi and began to search for a way out. The first thing he did was to withdraw from the door. But the passage he had come from had already disappeared. The courtyard was surrounded by a bamboo forest. There was fog in the forest, and the deeper one went, the thicker the fog became until it covered everything. It was like a deep night, so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. His figure flashed and Qin Yu rushed into the bamboo forest. The moment he stepped into the fog, his complexion changed. This fog was poisonous, and the most terrifying thing was that it was drawn in by the aura of life. In other words, as long as a living being entered, it would be invaded by the poison. If it were only Qin Yu, then the invasion of the poison wouldn't be too serious a matter for him. But there was still the unconscious Yunshi behind him. She was already in a bad situation. If the poison invaded her body, the consequences could be imagined. Unless he didn't care about her life or death, he wouldn't be able to enter the fog and search for a way out. Shwa! Qin Yu withdrew from the fog. He turned and put down Yunshi. Her complexion had already turned pale. This was a sign of the invasion of the poison. After expending a great deal of effort, he finally dispelled the poison. Then, he carried Yunshi on his back and turned to look at the wide open courtyard entrance. He could only go in and think of a way out. After spending an entire day, Qin Yu walked around the entire courtyard. As he expected, there were treasures everywhere. He could casually grab them with his eyes closed. But no matter how many treasures there were, with the warning of the old turtle, Qin Yu wouldn't touch them at all. But when good things were near his mouth and the taste was tempting, he could only forcefully endure it. That sort of feeling wasn't pleasant at all. The only thing that comforted Qin Yu was that this courtyard was very safe. There really wasn't any danger. At the very least, he didn't encounter any trouble after making his way around. But Qin Yu didn't discover any way out. The entire courtyard only had a single entrance, the main entrance. Let alone side doors or back doors, there wasn't even a dog hole. He returned to the entrance. Looking at the courtyard entrance, Qin Yu revealed a thoughtful expression. This massive courtyard was filled with countless treasures. It was impossible that it was prepared for him alone. On that day in front of the mountain, those cultivators that wanted to kill him should have already entered the maze. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Perhaps the only thing he could do now was wait. Wait for other cultivators to come here. With the warning of the old turtle, he discovered that these treasures contained contract fluctuations. Thus, he was able to barely resist the greed that rose from the depths of his heart. The cultivators that came later might not be able to do so. As long as they moved, there would inevitably be changes to the things in this courtyard. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to find a way to leave this place. Closing the doors, Qin Yu used half a day to erase all traces he left behind after entering the courtyard. Then, he pushed open a wooden shed in the backyard. After closing the door, he brought Yun Shi to hide behind a pile of firewood. Qin Yu had come here before and carefully examined it. Compared to other places, this place was considered very barren. Besides the pile of wood in the courtyard, there were also some scattered flowers and plants. Their value wasn't even worth a single piece of land. Even if someone came here, they wouldn't be interested in this wooden shed. Qin Yu put down Yun Shi and carefully prepared himself. With a point of his finger, faint fluctuations spread out and the two's auras vanished from sight. He sat down cross-legged and looked outside. He muttered, "I hope someone comes soon." Chapter 1187. The cultivators behind him were slower than Qin Yu expected. After waiting for 2 days, no one arrived. However, it wasn't as if he didn't have any harvests in these 2 days. Staring at a blue brick on the ground, Qin Yu frowned, a bit of surprise in his eyes. He never thought that hiding in such a place would result in an unexpected harvest. Of course, Qin Yu didn't know what it was exactly, but there was definitely something underneath this blue brick. Because it was actually empty. If it weren't for Qin Yu choosing this firewood room, hiding in this pile of firewood, and then stepping on this brick. That's right, it would have been such a coincidence. Whether it was looking at it with the naked eye or sensing it with divine sense, there were no flaws. But the sound of his feet stepping on it was different. In such a strange courtyard, countless treasures were contaminated with the smell of a contract that even the old turtle dreaded. Qin Yu was certainly aware that he couldn't touch anything. But he was really curious as to what was hidden underneath this brick. He had the old turtle carefully inspect it. There was no problem with the brick itself. Qin Yu hesitated again and clenched his teeth. He easily picked up the brick. It was heavier than he imagined. He carefully shook it a few times and there was a crashing sound. It was inside the brick. "Master, be careful. You must be careful." The old turtle was nervous. He had already cursed Qin Yu several hundred times in his heart. How old was he? Why was he still so curious? Didn't he know that this thing could easily kill someone? He was speechless. Couldn't he just live a good life? Qin Yu took a deep breath. He exerted a bit of force with his fingers. With a light cracking sound, the brick broke into several pieces. A ball fell out. It looked like a lump of iron that had been buried underground for countless years. The surface was heavily rusted, a dark red mixed with a deep yellow rust color. "Have you checked it?" "Master, I've checked it 8 times. There really isn't the smell of a contract on it." The good news was that this thing was different from the other treasures in the courtyard. It wasn't contaminated with that unknown and terrifying contract. Qin Yu took it in his hand. His first thought was that this thing didn't seem heavy. No wonder the brick was so heavy. Then, he thought it was ordinary. There was no reaction at all. It was like a real rusted lump of iron. But that didn't make sense. Who would be so bored as to treat a lump of iron as a treasure and hide it in the floor tiles of the woodshed? No matter which story it was in, this was the rhythm of the big baby's appearance. It couldn't be that simple. Qin Yu tried to pour magic power into it, but it was like a clay ox sinking into the sea. There wasn't even the slightest bit of movement. This result caused Qin Yu's eyes to brighten. There really was a problem. If it was really just an ordinary lump of iron, it would have been smashed into pieces by his magic power. The fact that it could absorb magic power meant that there was a universe within it. Furthermore, the way it ate without revealing anything was definitely not ordinary. Qin Yu held it in his hand and constantly poured magic power into it. At the start he was a bit worried that it wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he deliberately controlled the speed. However, as time passed and it absorbed an unknown amount of magic power, the metal lump was still the same metal lump. There was no change at all. What else was there to say? He stretched out his arms and poured his magic power into it as if his life depended on it. He didn't believe that it was a bottomless pit. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours, there was still a bit left. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His complexion was pale and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He still had magic power in his body, but less than half of it remained. In this courtyard, he didn't dare to allow himself to fall into a weakened state. Looking at the iron lump that was still maintaining its true self, Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. With his current cultivation, the thickness of his magic power far surpassed that of an ordinary divine step master. Even though he had thrown in half of it, there wasn't even a ripple. However, the more this happened, the more it proved that this lump of iron wasn't ordinary. The plot didn't lie. This was the big baby that had made its grand entrance. Restore magic power. At this time, Qin Yu couldn't help but think back to the 2 top-grade spirit stone lions outside the entrance to the courtyard. If they were here, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just hug them and absorb them for a while and restore his magic power. With great difficulty, his magic power was restored. Then, he picked up the iron lump and continued. But even when Qin Yu's magic power fell below half, there still wasn't any change. Then, he began to restore his magic power once more. He missed the lion heads. After going back and forth 7 or 8 times, Qin Yu's entire body froze. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not he was doing something useless. The amount of magic power he was pouring out was enough to blow up an original God Realm Master several times. But there was still no reaction at all. He thought about giving up, but he tossed that thought aside. The tenacity in Qin Yu's bones had been stimulated by the iron lump. He didn't believe that as a true man who had ventured into the dark abyss, he wouldn't be able to deal with a little thing like this. As Qin Yu gathered his strength and began his battle with the iron lump, in the bamboo forest outside the courtyard, a thick fog violently tumbled. A passage condensed in the blink of an eye, leading to the only entrance. Soon, a cultivator flew out. His appearance was miserable. Half of his body was withered, as if all his flesh and blood had been sucked out. One of his arms had also disappeared. The moment he flew out of the passage, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. But his back remained straight and a terrifying sword intent surged around him. Heavenly sword sex high firmament. One arm grasped a sword. His sharp eyes fell on the courtyard in front of him. He didn't relax his guard at all, even if this place didn't seem dangerous. Soon, just like Qin Yu, Ling Zhao's eyes fell on 2 stone lions outside the courtyard. After a moment of thought, he walked over and placed a hand on them. Even with the cold and indifferent nature of a skypiercer sword cultivator, his complexion changed. His eyes widened as he stared at the stone lions, shock in his eyes. Original God Step Spirit Stone. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu didn't recognize this type of spirit stone and had casually given it the title of a top-grade spirit stone. That was because he was ignorant and inexperienced. In fact, the cultivation world already had a set of standards for spirit stones that surpassed the limits of quality and transformed to another level. They could be used by cultivators at the divine realm and above. The rules were simple. According to the purity and amount of spiritual strength contained in a spirit stone, if it could satisfy the needs of a divine realm cultivator, then it would be at the original God step. As for higher levels, no one had ever seen them. Or, even if they did exist, they were in the hands of the highest existences. An original God step spirit stone was the highest level that could be found in this world. Of course, its value wasn't low. Looking at all the heavens, an original God cultivator was an absolute powerhouse. They were extremely wealthy, so they wouldn't be stingy when it came to life-saving items. Even with the temperament of a skypiercer sword cultivator, when he confirmed that the two giant lions in front of him were truly made of original God step spirit stones, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. It wasn't that he was a good-for-nothing. If it were any other place, even if he saw so many original God step spirit stones, he wouldn't be so useless. But now, Ling Xiao's strength was nearly exhausted, and he had sustained severe wounds. He could only wait for his death. Coincidentally, he had run into these two guardian lions made of original God step spirit stones. What else could he say? There was no need to say anything. Since he had hugged them, he would absorb them. It wasn't that Ling Xiao wasn't as cautious as Qin Yu, and it wasn't that he didn't know how to investigate before making a decision. It was that he didn't have the time. If he waited any longer, he didn't know how long he could last. In front of life and death, nothing mattered. Not to mention the fact that he didn't know the situation, even if he knew it was a poisonous steamed bun. He would eat it first to save his life, and then think of another solution. The effect of an original God step spirit stone was really amazing. After Ling Xiao hugged and sucked for a while, his pale face looked much better. Even half of his shriveled body had recovered a little. If this continued, Ling Xiao would recover in at most one day. It wasn't impossible for him to regrow his broken limbs. However, just as he was sighing inwardly, thinking that after so many misfortunes, he could finally welcome the light, the fog in the bamboo forest rolled again. Another passage had formed. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Cold light surged in his eyes, and countless sword shadows were moving. After several breaths, a cultivator flew out with the sound of breaking air. In a flash, this person was like facing a great enemy. Stimulated by the sword intent, his tyrannical aura broke out of his body. When their eyes met, Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't recognize this person. He didn't have much of an impression of him before. However, the other's strength wasn't weak. Even in a weakened state, a sword cultivator's keen senses were still there. This was definitely a strong enemy. However, thinking about the news he had heard before the Endless Sea opened, it was understandable that such a hidden expert would appear. Original God Step Spirit Stone. This cultivator's voice was low and hoarse. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao, revealing a trace of coldness. He could see that Ling Xiao was seriously injured. Right now, he was absolutely in his weakest state. He was a little hesitant, but soon, he sighed inwardly. He was too late. If he had come an hour earlier, or even a quarter of an hour, his chances of killing Ling Xiao would have been much higher. As for now, although there was a high chance that he could kill Ling Xiao, there would definitely be risk. After all, with the Heavenly Sword sect's methods, they definitely didn't lack secret techniques to die together with the enemy. It wasn't easy to get out of the maze alive and arrive in front of this mysterious courtyard. It wasn't worth risking his life to fight someone casually. Of course, another important reason was that not far from here, there was another lion made of original God Step Spirit Stone. This made him feel much more at ease. At the very least, it could be said that everyone had split the rewards here equally. It wasn't shameful to share the gains with Ling Xiao of the Heavenly Sword sect. His figure moved, coming to the side of the lion. His divine sense swept around. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, the mysterious cultivator copied Ling Xiao and threw himself over to protect the lion. He was also injured, but his injuries were much lighter than Ling Xiao's. However, in such a dangerous place, it was best to recover to peak condition. The mysterious cultivator also made a mistake. His carelessness was due to Ling Xiao's previous example. According to his thinking, if Ling Xiao hadn't checked carefully, would he have dared to hug the stone lion and suck it? Well, even if his injuries weren't light and he didn't have time to do so, but after absorbing for so long, he was obviously fine. Then what was there to worry about? Ling Xiao closed his eyes, his tense heart relaxing a little. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. He had seen too many unexpected failures. Right now, the most important thing was to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. As the old saying went, don't say anything, just hug it and suck it with all your might. While Ling Xiao and the mysterious cultivator were racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy, they didn't know that the power of the two contracts had quietly come into effect. One end of the contract was with the two of them, while the other end crossed the endless space, continuously going down and down, submerging into an unknown place. Chapter 1188. Someone had broken into this place. In the wooden hut, Qin Yu looked up towards the entrance. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. There were two people. One of them had a strange aura, but the other was quite familiar. Sky-split sword sex Ling Xiao. Thinking about it, this made sense. Although the labyrinth within the boundary was something that tested one's luck, in a situation where everyone's luck was about the same, strength was the key. With Qin Yu as an example, if he was weak, then let alone coming here, he would have already been cut down by the statue warrior's saber. Although he wasn't sure how the other cultivators had come here, the difference in difficulty shouldn't be too great. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside the courtyard, he could roughly guess from the aura. He sensed that Ling Xiao should be the first cultivator to arrive after him. However, before he entered the courtyard, a second cultivator arrived. The two sides confronted each other for a short period of time before everything calmed down. But for things to calm down, there was a process. It didn't take too long, only several breaths of time. Even so, many things were exposed. Even with the strength of the sky-split sword sex sword cultivator, this strange cultivator actually hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to give up. Then there was only one explanation. Ling Xiao had suffered heavy injuries, and this strange cultivator saw a chance to take advantage of him. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. After the heavily wounded Ling Xiao arrived, he didn't enter the range of the courtyard. Rather, he remained outside those two top-grade spirit stone lions. This must be it. He must be borrowing the strength of the spirit stones to recover from his injuries. In other words, the terrifying contract that the old turtle had sensed had most likely been triggered. And this was what Qin Yu was looking forward to seeing. Speaking of this, there was a bit of a sinister and cruel element to it. But the truth was that they weren't familiar with each other, and had nearly risked their lives. Towards someone who wanted to kill him, Qin Yu didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. If the sky-split sword sex sword cultivator could use his own tragic fate to find an exit for him to leave, then Qin Yu would be very happy. Since there was one and then there was a second, it wouldn't be too long before more cultivators arrived. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, he turned his attention back to the lump of iron in his hand. He could only wait and see what was happening outside. This would take time. And what he needed to do during this period of time was to figure out just what this lump of iron in his hand was. Now, he didn't need intuition to tell him anything. He was 100% sure that this thing was extraordinary. Nonsense, a normal piece of iron. How could it swallow so much magic power? In the end, Ling Xiao's thoughts of quickly recovering from his injuries came to nothing. It wasn't that the unfamiliar cultivator who was happily sucking on another lion wanted to take action again, but rather that the thick mist in the bamboo forest surged once more. Schwa schwa, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. They acted simultaneously, retrieving the original god-grade spirit stone lion in their arms. The passageways began to condense. And there were actually two. After several breaths of time, two figures flew out from the tunnel at nearly the same time. Ling Xiao, here you are. Ruan Jing's eyes brightened, and then he was surprised. He had seen the miserable state of the Tongtian sword cultivators with his own eyes not long ago. Such a serious injury had actually healed quite a bit in such a short period of time. It seemed that he must have gained something. After scanning the surroundings, Ruan Jing's gaze fell on the spot where the guardian lion had been. The color of the ground was clearly different from that of the surroundings. With a single glance, it was clear that something had been taken away. And on the other side of the door, there was another similar mark in a symmetrical position. The cultivator that flew out from the other tunnel slowly said, "It seems that both of you have harvested something." Ling Xiao looked at him. He raised his sword with one arm. "If you want it, then come and take it." This person's complexion changed. He sneered, "Ling Xiao, how much strength do you have left? If Ruan Jing is willing to join forces with me, then you will die without a doubt." The air suddenly froze. Ling Xiao had a calm expression. "Then let's begin." Ruan Jing laughed. "I am friends with Ling Xiao, and Xiangzhang Academy and the Heavenly Sword Sect have been friends for generations. How could I possibly harm Ling Xiao?" He looked at the cultivator beside him with ill intent in his eyes. "Su Zhu, if you try to sow discord between me and Ling Xiao again, then don't blame me for being impolite. In terms of absolute strength, Skyroaming Temple couldn't compare with Xiangzhang Academy or the Heavenly Sword Sect. But the Su family was an exception. 1,000 years ago, an old ancestor of the Su family who had been in death seclusion had broken through the shackles of his cultivation and reached the sea-crossing realm in a single go. He was revered as a half-saint. Even the various holy lands had to give this newly ascended half-saint enough respect. As a direct descendant, Su Zhu certainly had the confidence to not fear the Heavenly Sword Sect. As long as the half-saint old ancestor was alive, no one would dare target the Su family. But Xiangzhang Academy and the Heavenly Sword Sect each had the shadow of a saint behind them, so they were roughly equal. With a cold sneer, he cursed Ruan Jing inwardly for being useless. No wonder he had always been suppressed in cultivation by the Heavenly Sword Sect all these years. He actually didn't know how to take advantage of such a good opportunity. If he was alone, the risk of dealing with Ling Xiao was far too high. Moreover, it was highly likely that others would take advantage of him, so he couldn't take the risk. There were two things. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was temporarily set aside. If he was interested, then he could only think of another way. It wasn't just Su Zhu who thought this. Ruan Jing also had some ideas. They were far too curious as to just what these two people had obtained. Ling Xiao had suffered heavy injuries. This was something that almost everyone knew. But now, he had the strength to protect himself. This naturally left everyone envious. Of course, besides curiosity and envy, there was also a bit of unwillingness and unwillingness. They had arrived just a moment too late and the treasure had been taken away. The unfamiliar cultivator noticed this. He frowned and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. "Do you too want to steal it from my hands?" He sneered and took a step forwards. A powerful aura erupted like a volcano, recklessly released. His robes fluttered in the wind and endless thunder appeared in the depths of his eyes. Rumble, rumble, in the void, thunderclaps rang out one after another. Ruan Jing's complexion changed. "Are you from the Thunder Dominion?" "Yes." The unfamiliar cultivator remained expressionless. This was a bit awkward in terms of fame. The Thunder Dominion certainly couldn't compare to Xiangzhang Academy or the Heavenly Sword Sect. It was even worse than Skytor Temple. But, as long as one knew of the existence of the Thunder Dominion, they wouldn't underestimate it in the slightest. The reason was simple. The master of the Thunder Dominion was a half-saint powerhouse that had lived for an extremely long time. His strength was unfathomably deep. In the past, a saint had broken into the Thunder Dominion and tried to subdue the master of the Thunder Dominion. After a great battle, the saint had left in a rage, but afterwards, the Thunder Dominion was still the Thunder Dominion. After this battle, the master of the Thunder Dominion was recognized as one of the strongest powerhouses beneath the ruler of the universe. He was said to be able to fight a true saint. Ruan Jing smiled and cupped his hands together. I've long heard that cultivators of the Thunder Dominion cultivate thunder arts and can control the power of thunder. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. To him, changing his expression didn't pose any pressure at all. Let alone the fact that they hadn't torn apart any pretense of cordiality, even if they were already badly battered. As long as no one died, he could still turn the situation around. Losing face was inevitable, but this was something that couldn't be eaten or drunk. To offend a Thunder Dominion cultivator for something like that was clearly a stupid choice. Moreover, this Thunder Dominion cultivator was extremely strong. Cough cough, in the end, everything depended on strength. If this person in front of him was a weak chicken, then so what if he came from the Thunder Dominion? If he died in the land of Chaos Mystic Realm, then that was because he was weak and had bad luck. He couldn't blame anyone else. Su Zhu lightly coughed. He didn't look at the Thunder Dominion cultivator. Instead, he coldly sneered, "What's the situation with this residence?" Ling Xiao was expressionless. It was clear he wouldn't answer. If no one answered, then the situation would become awkward. Although it wasn't a big deal to be embarrassed, and it was also good to see Su Zhu lose face, in this situation where they couldn't fight, there was no point in playing these petty tricks. The Thunder Dominion cultivator said, "We only arrived a moment earlier than you two, so we haven't had the time to enter and investigate." She glanced at Ling Xiao. Seeing that he didn't respond, Ruan Jing smiled and said, "If that's the case, then the four of us can join forces to investigate this residence. This way we can look out for each other." The Thunder Dominion cultivator smiled insincerely. That's right. Everyone knew how to talk nonsense. If they really encountered danger, then they would fly off on their own, competing to see who could flap their wings faster. You could say you'd help, but if you didn't play dirty and trip them up, you'd be lucky if you kicked them back to block a knife. Of course, this was the case, but since they hadn't completely fallen out with each other, they still had to care about their face on the surface. "Let's go." Ling Xiao expressionlessly walked towards the door. Su Zhu hurriedly followed. Intentionally or unintentionally, he walked very close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at him, coldness flashing in his eyes. Then, he calmed down. Ruan Jing sneered inwardly. The Su family had risen too quickly and their eyesight was too shallow. Right now, Ling Xiao looked disheveled and was in the worst condition out of the group. But just because of this, he wanted to treat him as a target that could take a knife for him. Being a target for a knife was a little too naive. The Heavenly Sword sex methods were always decisive. Either kill your opponent or be killed by others. Be a target for someone else? That didn't exist. Just wait and see. If there were any tricks, the first to cry would be Su Zhu. Ruan Jing's thoughts raced. Then, he smiled and turned. "Brother Zhou, please." The Thunder Dominion cultivator's face twitched. He thought that his master was right. The scholars of Xiangzhang Academy had the thickest skin of all. Of course, in direct proportion to how thick their skin was, how black-hearted they were. He had to be twice as careful around this boy lest he be schemed against. "Brother Ruan, please." The two looked at each other and smiled. There was a sense of closeness between them as they smiled at each other. Standing in front and looking at the tightly shut door, the four people each had a thoughtful look in their eyes. Then, they reached out a hand and pushed forward. Just like Qin Yu's previous experience, nothing happened at all. The door quietly opened, revealing a courtyard filled with treasures. A gust of wind blew, ruffling the robes of the four people. The air suddenly fell into a strange silence. In all fairness, the four people standing outside all had extraordinary backgrounds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their statuses were noble and respected. It was necessary to be experienced and knowledgeable, but even with these two essentials, they still couldn't help but fall into a daze. Treasures, could they also exist in such a manner? The impact that Qin Yu had withstood was like a tsunami in the hearts of the four cultivators, rumbling endlessly. The yellow flower on the rockery was a soul birth flower, right? There was a vine in the corner with small leaves and an unremarkable green color. But if they weren't wrong, this thing was called a soul-reaping flower. It shared the same name as the soul-reaping flower of the Sly Life clan. Its effect was to suppress soul injuries. No matter how serious the situation was, as long as one ate a section of it, they could ensure that their soul didn't scatter. This was simply a divine life-saving treasure. There were also the flower beds on both sides of the road. As far as the eye could see, even the smell of grass was enchanting. Treasures, they were all treasures. Su Zhu's eyes turned red and his breathing became heavy. But right now, the one with the most intense change in mood was the Thunder Dominion cultivator surnamed Zhou. After a moment of shock, he bitterly smiled. If he knew that this courtyard would be like this, he wouldn't have hesitated at all. He would have taken the risk to kill off the Skyren sword cultivator. At that time, all these treasures would have already become his. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was already too late to think about these things. Whoosh! There was the cry of a sword. The Skyren sword cultivator howled away. He didn't care about the treasures in the courtyard and soon vanished into the depths of the courtyard. Ruan Jing's fingers trembled. He restrained his impulse to attack. He smiled and said, "Ling Xiao has left. Let's discuss how to distribute these things." The Thunder Dominion cultivator said, "Since you and I were able to come here, that means there will be others who will also arrive here. There is no time to delay. You and I will each choose a direction. What we obtain will depend on our luck." No one had any objections. They weren't idiots. It was impossible for them to leave a pile of treasures untouched and decide who was better and who was better first so that other cultivators could take advantage of them. There was no need to say anything else. "Let's begin." Ruan Jing stared at a blade of grass in front of him, a look of hesitation in his eyes. He also felt that this courtyard was filled with treasures was a bit inappropriate. But before he could think any further, he heard movement. The Thunder Dominion cultivator had begun to move. He was extremely fast. He didn't care that his harvesting methods were crude and would damage the treasures themselves. All he wanted was to take away as many things as possible in the shortest time possible. Ruan Jing's heart filled with urgency. Someone would soon arrive. If these treasures were placed here and he didn't take them away, they would be taken by other cultivators. Ruan Jing focused his senses once more but still couldn't sense anything wrong. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Caution was a virtue. In these past years, it had indeed helped him avoid many dangers. But today, he didn't discover any problems. Perhaps the scene in front of him was too impactful, causing him to become a bit sensitive. Of course, the Thunder Dominion cultivator had already begun to wantonly collect treasures and was still safe and sound. This caused Ruan Jing to feel a little more at ease. He reached out and grasped the grass. A sweet smell entered his nose and dispelled the last bit of hesitation in his eyes. He exerted a bit of strength and the entire grass was uprooted. A feeling of joy subconsciously gushed out from the depths of his heart. Ruan Jing smiled. Now this treasure was his. Chapter 1189. My name is Su Zhu and my nickname is the Little Reincarnated Expert. I don't refute this because this is the truth. Because the old ancestor is quite amazing and has become a half-step saint, the Su family has risen and I have also benefited from it. Second-generation cultivator. That's what outsiders call me, but it's quite appropriate. Of course, it doesn't really matter whether it's appropriate or not. What I want to say is that as a reincarnated expert, I have seen all sorts of grand scenes since I was young. For example, for cultivation treasures, even if ordinary cultivators fought to the death and begged everywhere, they still might not be able to obtain a few. But I am different. From the moment I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I had whatever I wanted. It might be a bit exaggerated to use one and throw one away, but I have enough. There's nothing I can do about it. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. But today, I, Suju, feel that my previous understanding was too narrow. It turns out that there is such a fierce place in this world where treasures aren't counted by number, but by piles and pieces. It's fine if the quality is average, but the key is that they are all good things. How good are they? With my background, I don't even have time to wipe my saliva. Mine, it's all mine. Whoever dares to compete with me, I will kill them. The people who competed had arrived. As the Thunder Dominion cultivator had said, if they could come here, so could others. Previously, Ruanjing and Suju didn't know what the Thunder Dominion cultivator and High Sky Dominion cultivator had obtained. Their eyes were filled with jealousy, and they were unwilling to give up, so they almost attacked them. Thinking about it, if the cultivators who came later saw the three people wantonly collecting treasures in the front yard, what would their reaction be? They would likely have the heart to skin them alive. With the arrival of the other cultivators, there was no room for discussion and a chaotic battle immediately erupted. At the start, Suju, Ruanjing, and the Thunder Dominion cultivator tried to join forces to kill the newcomers, but they soon gave up on this idea. This was because 7 passages in the fog had opened in a short period of time, and a large number of cultivators had begun to break into the house. Seeing his treasures being taken away by others, Suju's eyes turned red. But he wasn't stupid enough to recklessly fight with his life on the line. When Ruanjing was the first to turn around and leave, no longer trying to stop them, Suju gritted his teeth and quickly left. But in next to no time, the vexation, hatred, and helplessness in his heart completely vanished. Suju, who felt like he had been refreshed, had to admit that he was really a frog in a well. They were all treasures, all treasures. It wasn't just limited to the front yard. Throughout the entire mansion, he couldn't see a single empty spot. At this moment, even his liver was trembling. Suju's eyes were red and his body was trembling like he was having a stroke. There was only one thought in his mind: I'm rich, I'm completely rich. In fact, he wasn't the only one. All the cultivators who entered the house were probably thinking the same thing. The chaotic battle soon came to an end. Treasures were everywhere, and everyone was busy picking and collecting them. Who would be in the mood to fight? Even if he killed his opponent, so what? If he had the time, he might as well collect more treasures. Not to mention, fighting was risky. A moment of carelessness could cause one to lose oneself. Everyone wanted to be the oriole, no one wanted to be the pitiful cicada that was about to be eaten. The fog in the bamboo forest tumbled about. Channel after channel formed, sending cultivators here. More and more cultivators gathered in the mansion. Although this place was filled with treasures, no one would despise them. They had taken more. As the number of cultivators continued to increase, although it was still stable on the surface, everyone had turned into pickers. But it was like a bamboo basket covering a stove. Unbeknownst to him, a flame had suddenly sprung out of it with a whoosh. Everyone was sucked in. They tumbled and struggled in the raging flames, like a living hell. Qin Yu sighed. He stared at the lump of iron in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. He wasn't someone who would easily give up. But more and more cultivators were arriving in the mansion. In this relatively barren courtyard, 4 or 5 groups of cultivators had arrived. Although Qin Yu and Ruanjing hadn't been discovered yet, it was better to be cautious. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the lump of iron. He decided to stop pouring magic power into it. Once he left this place, he would have plenty of time. He took a deep breath and calmed down the gloomy and unwillingness in his heart. His eyes flashed and he revealed a thoughtful look. Now, there were enough cultivators in the courtyard. If they took the treasures here, they would naturally trigger the strength of the contract. Before, there weren't many, so there might not have been any reaction. But now there should be some changes. Outside the mansion, the fog in the bamboo forest quietly began to spread. It first surrounded the entire mansion and then crossed over the walls. Then, bit by bit, it completely submerged the mansion. The fog was poisonous. Qin Yu had already personally experienced this. As long as there were fluctuations of life, they would be attacked by the poison. The fog's poison targeted a cultivator's soul. After coming into contact with it, it would constantly corrode. This startled the cultivators in the mansion, who were busy collecting treasures. But they soon discovered that although the fog's poison was fierce, they didn't need to fear it. This was because they had more than enough treasures in their hands. And what was good was that most of these treasures could help cultivators resist the poison in the fog. Then things were simple. Of course, it wasn't that no one doubted the purpose of the fog. But in the current situation, they didn't have any other choice. The fog was here. It was poisonous, and the poison was fierce. Moreover, it targeted the soul. After coming into contact with it, it would be troublesome. The antidote was in their hands. If they ate it, there might be a problem, but if they didn't, they would die. Was there even a need to choose? Qin Yu had waited for so long. This was the change he expected, but his mood wasn't good. Although he was the first to arrive here and had seen this mansion filled with treasures, he didn't dare to touch a single thing. This also led to the poisonous fog spreading out and invading the wooden hut, covering him and Master Yun. He could only forcefully resist it. As was said before, if it was just Qin Yu alone, then the poison wouldn't affect him too much. But Master Yun couldn't. If Qin Yu wanted her to continue living, he could only choose to bear the burden for her. If he didn't choose, then Master Yun would soon die, so this was the life of a lion egg. Although it seemed as if there were many choices, the truth was that there was only a single path, and the one he didn't want to walk the most. He tried calling out to the little blue lamp, but there was no response at all. This left Qin Yu secretly cold. If the fog was hidden so well, then this meant that the realm within the realm he was in was likely being watched. And the master of these eyes must be extremely strong, so strong that even the little blue lamp had to completely restrain its aura. As he thought about the many young powerhouses that had broken into the land of chaos, such as Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao, Xiangzhang Academy's Ruan Jing, and so on, there was definitely some inside story. Thus, this situation wasn't difficult to understand. But understanding was one thing. Without the little blue lamp's help, things would become a bit troublesome. The poison in the fog, after touching the soul, would produce a corrosive effect. It was similar to a corrosive effect. The good thing was that every time a certain amount of the soul was corroded, an equal amount of poison would be consumed. The bad thing was that this fog was endless. Unless one escaped from it, the poison would continue to invade their body without end. Qin Yu could use the strength of his soul to help Master Yun consume the poison. But soul strength was different from magic power. Without the help of external objects, the recovery speed would be relatively slow. In the current situation, no one knew how long the poisonous fog would last. Qin Yu couldn't take the risk of weakening himself. Then, there was only one choice. Qin Yu reached out a hand and placed it on Master Yun's body. A pure soul strength instantly poured into her body. At the same time, the pitiful wails of the old turtle echoed in his mind. "Master, please take pity on me. I am too weak, I cannot withstand such extraction." The corners of his lips twitched. No matter how he thought about it, this fellow's words didn't sound right. Forget it. In consideration of his efforts, Qin Yu wouldn't bother arguing with him. The old turtle was weak, but a conservative estimate was that he could maintain this weakened state for several dozen more years. Thus, drawing out a bit of his soul strength wasn't too much of a problem. After temporarily solving Master Yun's problem, Qin Yu looked at the floating fog in front of him, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. First there was a massive amount of treasures, and then there was this poisonous fog. If she didn't want to die, she could only obediently use the treasures to save her life. If Qin Yu said there wasn't a problem here, he would have to pluck out his own head. Looking at this pace, there were definitely more tricks to be played. He would just have to wait and see. Qin Yu hadn't even seen what tricks the master of this residence had up his sleeves. But the cultivators that broke into the residence were already starting to have problems. The reason was simple. No matter how many treasures there were in the residence, they couldn't withstand the wanton plundering of so many cultivators. At the start, everyone was busy harvesting. Even if there were some conflicts, they would just coldly laugh and let it go. But as time passed and the number of treasures decreased, more and more conflicts occurred. Gradually, anger began to grow within them. Of course, there was also a potentially important factor: the fog that covered the residence. The fog was poisonous and could damage the soul. One needed to refine and absorb treasures in order to resist it. No one knew how long they would be trapped here. Even though everyone had an abundant amount of treasures in their hands, this didn't affect their hopes of obtaining more. In particular, the cultivators that entered the residence. Although their cultivations weren't too bad, there were still differences in strength. The weak were fine, but the strong would still have some thoughts. An ordinary and nameless green grass had caused the first murder in the residence. The specific process wasn't important. What was important was that as one side died, horror descended upon them. The dead cultivator's body turned to powder. A crimson bead the size of a dragon's eye appeared in front of everyone. No one knew what this blood bead was. At the start, even though they were surprised, they didn't pay much attention to it. This was because as the cultivator turned to powder, his storage magic tool was also destroyed and all sorts of things exploded on the ground. Of course, this included all the things he had collected after entering the house. In a chaotic battle, the blood bead was taken away by someone during this process. The matter of someone dying didn't cause anyone to panic. In the dangerous world of cultivators, this was a normal occurrence to begin with. But after this day, within the courtyard that was covered by the poisonous fog, people began to constantly die. The number increased, and a terrifying shadow covered everyone's hearts. Because things began to become strange. Chapter 1190. In the beginning, there were reasons for people to die. For example, two parties were fighting over a treasure, or there was already hatred between them. But gradually, a change occurred. There was no longer a need for a reason to kill. In fact, it could even be used to deliberately kill other cultivators. And it just so happened that at this time, the fog that covered the courtyard changed again. The poison was still the same poison, but for some reason, it gradually gained the ability to block divine sense and conceal one's aura. This undoubtedly provided the murderer with a more convenient condition. Thus, the number of cultivators who died increased rapidly in a short period of time. There was no love or hate without reason in this world. In this place, there was no reason to kill without reason. There must be a problem here. The courtyard was only so big. No matter how cautious the murderer was, with the cover of the fog, there would eventually be a time when they would be exposed. Especially as the massacre continued, the number of cultivators decreased greatly. The remaining people became even more cautious and joined forces to protect themselves. Thus, after a group of fearful and uneasy cultivators finally discovered the secret hidden within the massacre. That's right, this secret was something that many people had seen with their own eyes. After a cultivator died, their body turned into powder and condensed into a blood bead. Everything in the world originally had no name. Later on, someone gave it a name. After it was called, it became their own name. Human bead was its name. After a cultivator died, their essence, energy, and divine blood were all stripped away and their body turned into powder. Only then could this blood bead be condensed. Calling it human bead was actually a very fitting name. It was so fitting that people couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine just by hearing it. But cultivators weren't ordinary people. To be more precise, they had cold, hard, and strong hearts, as well as a strong ability to accept things that far exceeded ordinary people. A horrifying origin didn't matter, as long as the human bead was useful to them. And it just so happened that it was a very amazing treasure. After swallowing a human bead, a cultivator's cultivation would rapidly increase in a short period of time. They could even break through the bottleneck of cultivation in one go. What was even more tempting was that, perhaps because the human bead was the accumulation of a cultivator's everything, it could even increase a cultivator's potential. As mentioned before, there were countless living beings in the world. Even if one stepped onto the great Tao of cultivation, it didn't mean that everything would be smooth sailing. Even if one's luck was extremely good and they avoided all kinds of disasters, and they worked hard enough when their potential reached its limit, even if they knew that there was still a great Tao in front of them, they could not take another step forward. To be able to raise one's cultivation by leaps and bounds, as well as raise the limits of one's potential, there was really no need for anything more than that. Just these 2 points were more than enough to drive anyone crazy. Therefore, after the murderer who was interrogated was executed, the ownership of the human pearl became quite unpleasant. Not long after, this group of cultivators, who had formed an alliance to protect themselves, completely collapsed due to a few internal killings. No one could be trusted, because to the cultivators in the courtyard, every living cultivator was a moving pearl. Even the closest of friends, cultivators from the same sect, or even lovers in love, none of them could guarantee that they wouldn't be stabbed in the back to end their lives. At this moment, the trust between people had completely vanished. All that was left was cold, killing intent and burning greed. The residence had now truly turned into a living hell. Qin Yu didn't leave the wooden hut, but that didn't mean he didn't know what was happening outside. In particular, after the old turtle displayed what could be called perfect stealth talent, he was able to see everything clearly. Towards the slaughter happening outside, he was indifferent on the surface, but his heart was icy cold. To a cultivator, killing people wasn't anything at all. But this residence had turned a group of powerful, calm, and powerful cultivators into wild beasts that only knew how to kill. He had guessed that there would be a follow-up, but this follow-up was a bit too cruel. Of course, sighing was just sighing. Qin Yu didn't change his original intentions because of this, nor did he have the impulse to become the savior of the world. Everyone here was a stranger, so if they died, then they died. If he thought it was cruel, then at most he would just close his eyes and watch for a little longer. It was impossible to save them. Qin Yu wouldn't throw his life away just because of some so-called pity. When he was outside the mountain, in order to frighten everyone, Qin Yu had already exposed his ability to grasp the space laws. And now there was the human bead. Although Qin Yu guessed that the appearance of the human pearl was likely related to the contract that the old turtle mentioned, he didn't touch anything in the house. Even if he died, there was a high chance that the human pearl wouldn't change. But the others didn't know. In this current situation, once Qin Yu appeared, he would immediately become the target of public criticism. It was second only to the great Tao of time, and even sages might not be able to completely grasp the space laws. Who wouldn't covet it? And now, the chance was right in front of him. Once he killed Qin Yu and ate up the human pearl he formed, everything would be over. It's yours. Qin Yu decided to be a completely cowardly tortoise. He hid himself well and waited for new changes to appear. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the owner of the house was, there was no point in killing people. He couldn't allow the cultivators in the house to kill each other endlessly. Thinking like this was correct, and Qin Yu was indeed prepared to do so. He did not even want the treasure, so there was no way he would be interested in the mysterious human pearl. But sometimes what you think and what you will face will never be able to match. The old tortoise saw a burning wind. This descendant of the fire-bathing lineage might have had bad luck, but he was at the end of the order of the cultivators that entered the house. In other words, by the time he entered, the fog had already arrived, but he hadn't collected too many treasures. This was certainly a matter that left him unhappy. In particular, after he learned that the first cultivators to arrive had all obtained great harvests, his unhappiness rose to another level. But fortunately, the slaughter soon arrived. Burning Wind, who wanted to kill and steal treasures, was in fact the first group of people to discover the secret of the human pearl. Thus, by today, not only was he rich, but his cultivation had risen to an astonishing degree compared to when he entered the mystic realm. He had already clearly touched upon the threshold of the original God realm. If it weren't for condensing an even more powerful and perfect source of his own great Tao, he was confident he could break through in one go. Not too long ago, Burning Wind encountered a strange cultivator. He had no impression of this person, but he was extremely strong. He was so strong that even in his current state, Burning Wind could feel an intense dangerous aura coming from this person. At the same time, there was a nearly unbearable temptation. That's right, temptation. This word wasn't wrong. Burning Wind encountered a man, but it had nothing to do with his sexual orientation. Instead, he felt the aura of the great Tao from this strange cultivator. His strong intuition constantly stirred Burning Wind's nerve. As long as he killed this person and swallowed the human pearl, he could condense a perfect source of the great Tao and become an original God realm cultivator. Becoming an original God realm cultivator wasn't a big deal, but a perfect source of the great Tao. Any God realm cultivator couldn't bear this temptation. Therefore, although he knew it was risky, Burning Wind still decided to take action after a short hesitation. His original intention was to sneak attack. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy with one strike, he could at least give himself a slight advantage. However, whether it was a coincidence or something else, the strange cultivator seemed to have some thoughts about Burning Wind. Neither of them could sneak attack the other, and the battle broke out the moment they met. Both of them were very strong, so strong that they couldn't kill each other in a short time. Intentionally or unintentionally, they began to avoid other cultivators, moving to the corners of the house to avoid being taken advantage of. Then, they arrived at a small courtyard that few people visited. Behind it was an empty woodshed. Qin Yu helplessly discovered that he was faced with a difficult choice. Burning Wind had delivered himself to his doorstep. Should he kill him or not? If he killed him, there was a chance he would be exposed. Even with Qin Yu's shrewdness, he still felt his heart tremble just thinking about the consequences. But if he didn't kill him, with Teacher Yun's current condition, it was hard to say how long she could last. If she died, everything Qin Yu had done before would be meaningless. He didn't hesitate for too long. He took a deep breath and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu had entered the endless sea and rushed through the land of chaos to become famous, to obtain attention, and then to obtain a chance to enter the peach blossom spring. His original plan was to run through the entire endless sea, but because of the old turtle, he had no choice but to make a last-minute change. Now, this plan was doomed to fail. If he wanted to accomplish his goal of becoming famous, then this realm within the endless sea was the best choice. In fact, Qin Yu even suspected that the reason so many tyrannical cultivators had rushed into the endless sea's smelting trial was because of that formidable soul body in this realm within the realm within the realm. And Teacher Yun was most likely the key to suppressing it. It was similar to what he said before. It seemed as if there were many choices, but the truth was that there was only one path to take. It wasn't that he couldn't take another path, but he would need to give up some things, and these things were often very important. Burning Wind was fighting. He had guessed how strong his opponent was, but he discovered that he had still underestimated him. Very strong. This was the only label that Burning Wind could place on his opponent right now. He had already attacked with all his strength, and it seemed as if he had the upper hand on the surface. But for some unknown reason, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. Soon, Burning Wind found the reason why he felt uneasy. His opponent was very calm. Even though he was at a disadvantage, and was nearly severely wounded by Burning Wind's fierce attacks, this strange cultivator's eyes were no different from before. They had changed far too much, as if everything was within his grasp. Startled, Burning Wind inwardly shivered. He wasn't afraid, but when he attacked, he subconsciously held back a bit of caution. Soon, what happened proved that Burning Wind's caution was correct. Bang! After a close combat, the strange cultivator suddenly looked up, a cold sneer at the corners of his lips. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a breath. Strictly speaking, it was a gray gas. It was like a living creature twisting at an astonishing speed. Without giving Burning Wind any time to react, it drilled into his body through the space between his eyebrows. The fire-bathing clan controlled the flames of the world. When they fought with their enemies, their bloodline boiled. Although there were no flames around their bodies, there was a blazing high-temperature barrier. This barrier was a formidable layer of defense. But now, in front of this gray gas, the high-temperature barrier was clearly useless. It was easily pierced through. Burning Wind's body suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Extreme cold erupted in that instant, and Burning Wind's heartbeat nearly stopped. Shock, anger, and shock appeared in his eyes. To be able to freeze a cultivator of the fire-bathing lineage who erupted with all his strength, this ice-cold strength could be called terrifying. The strange cultivator didn't hesitate. He took a step forward, raised a hand and blasted towards Burning Wind's forehead. Take advantage of his weakness to take his life. Of course, he wouldn't make the same mistake that would only appear in a stupid plot. What nonsense! After he killed this person, he could say whatever he wanted. Puff, flesh and blood disintegrated. Burning Wind's shining bald head broke into countless pieces. Red and white matter mixed together and splashed backwards. Then, the headless corpse fell backwards. The strange cultivator let out a breath, excitement in his eyes. As he stared at Burning Wind's headless corpse, his eyes became hot. Mutual attraction probably referred to the relationship between him and Flaming Wind. What Burning Wind felt before, the strange cultivator probably felt the same. Thus, these two people both wanted to kill the other and then swallow the human pearl formed after the other's death. Now, it seemed that he was a step ahead. He seized the opportunity to use his hidden card and kill Burning Wind on the spot. If it weren't for the extreme cold energy in his stomach that restrained the power of fire, wanting to kill this young powerhouse of the fire-bathing lineage wouldn't have been so simple. But luck was also a part of one's ability. He had killed his opponent. This was an indisputable fact. As long as he swallowed the human pearl, his strength would rise once more and he would have no opponent in the entire mystic realm. In fact, he might even be able to kill all the cultivators one by one and turn them into human pearls to swallow. There was also that Qin Yu who had entered the mystic realm first and hadn't appeared yet. He was absolutely a must-kill option. The space laws, that was the legendary space laws. Just thinking about it made him drool. Coming to the land of chaos this time had been the right decision. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the burning heat in his heart. The strange cultivator licked his lips and subconsciously frowned. Something didn't seem right. Burning Wind had already died, so why hadn't he formed a human pearl? Was it because he was stronger, so the speed at which he formed the pearl was slower? Something was wrong. The strange cultivator's eyes widened. His reaction wasn't slow, but the terrifyingly high temperature had already erupted like a volcano. Bang! Crimson tongues of flame wrapped around him. No, impossible. The strange cultivator crazily struggled. You are already dead. Within the flames, Burning Wind's icy voice echoed out. My fire-bathing lineage has a supreme treasure that can bestow a flame substitute. It is the same as having another life. You killed me, but the flames are also me. The bald Burning Wind's face appeared in the flames, his eyes cold and callous. I have already answered your question. Now you can go on your way in peace. No! The strange cultivator screamed. But after falling into the flames, he had already lost the initiative. A moment later, with a light puff, the flames vanished from sight. A charred corpse fell to the ground, directly turning into powder. A crimson human pearl the size of an egg appeared in front of him. Flames condensed around his body. Burning wind leaned against the door, his complexion pale. He gasped for breath, his eyes incomparably bright. He had won. He reached out and took the human pearl in his hand. However, right at this moment, Flaming Wind's figure suddenly stiffened. Gotcha! There was the crisp sound of bones breaking. A terrifying dark aura instantly invaded his orifices and severed all his vitality. I heard that you have 2 lives. I wonder if you can come back to life this time. The truth was that he couldn't. Qin Yu looked down at the 2 incomparably crimson human pearls in his hand. Added together, they were the size of a goose egg. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could this thing really not be eaten?